Well, hello and welcome. It's Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. Top Med Talk is here in the exhibit hall at the Moscone Center in beautiful San Francisco, and it has been an amazing experience so far. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host, and I'm joined by my co-hosts, Mike Grocott and Guy Ledbrook. Guys, welcome back to Day 2 of Anesthesiology 2023.
Thank you, Desiree.
Terrific to be here.
Yeah, I got to check. Is it Moscone or Moscone? We were talking about this yesterday.
I think it's Moscone. I don't know. Moscone.
We need to ask one of the experts from the ASA when they come on a little bit later.
We do. We'll ask them. But it is beautiful nonetheless. Guys, it's been a great meeting so far, yeah?
Great conversations, really interesting guests. Really looking forward to today.
Yeah, absolutely. And enjoying San Francisco, Guy?
It's absolutely fantastic, and I've seen San Francisco fog at its finest now this morning. I've heard about it, read about it, not seen it. We're there.
Today.
Yeah.
Tick.
Yes, we have ticked the box on it. It was a gorgeous day, absolutely stunning yesterday, and we were able to walk around just a little bit. I hope you guys were able to get out and see some of the sites at least for a couple hours. I didn't work you too hard yesterday, did we?
No, it was good. Got some sunshine.
I've told work I'm working, 20 hours a day. So
this is nothing, right? Well, good. Well, we did have some great conversations. Guy, what would you say is a highlight from yesterday's chats?
Look, I think there were two for me. One was the discussion about the future of anesthesiology, which I think was absolutely terrific. It was visionary, pragmatic, and sort of strategic, and that was marvellous. And I think the other amazing, appealing thing was talking to the young folk.
Yes.
The young folk from the Black College, because what terrific people, what a terrific system, what a great way to help our diversity in our medicine generally, but in our specialty. So that really spoke to me a great deal. A couple of great folks.
Yeah, I would say if you listen to any of the podcasts, all of them have been really spectacular, but that one was probably one of my favorites too. Majesty Greer and Eli McMillan, two phenomenal students from Howard University. Medical students, and it was great to hear their experiences, what they've been through, and how they've gotten to where they are. And it was very inspiring.
Truly inspiring.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, what about you? What would you say would be kind of your favorites from yesterday?
So I'm supposed to choose something different, aren't I? But I have to say those were the standouts for me. I mean, I thought there was a thread throughout the day around technology and AI. Prediction how anesthesia is going to change, and that was in George's conversation, but also elsewhere, and I suspect that's going to recur through today. It's a real theme. The plenary lecturer yesterday was talking about the same thing, but I thought George was fantastic, and I thought Majesty and Eli were really impressive.
Yeah, I love that. I would say too, I loved that we were talking a lot about perioperative medicine. We didn't go deep on it. We do usually in Top Med Talk, but just to know that is really coming to the forefront of the specialty, I think is encouraging to me, just because I think it is such a space that we really need to start focusing on.
It doesn't seem to be a discussion point, or it's just part of what we do now. Which is good.
Yeah, it's way cool. I really enjoyed the discussion, though it was very deep. About the Medicare cuts and MIPS and trying to, wade our way through that, because it is a very complex topic. And I think the more discussion we have about it, the better it is for, the frontline providers, clinicians like us who are at the bedside working and grinding it out. Sometimes, we think we don't need to know about that, but I think it's really important that we do. So I actually really enjoyed that conversation too.
And actually, David Holford.
Yeah. Yes.
It's super impressive, and some information that was completely new to me. The rate of loss of nitrous oxide from their pipeline system.
I think Guy actually made a call home.
I've emailed my people back at home saying, can you check the logs to see kind of what we're using and what we should be using, because you don't ever imagine that's the case. But if it's an easy switch to go from pipelines to bottles, and so those of us who do still see a place for nitrous oxide can be sort of retained with a degree of sort of environmental sustainability, that's great. But you just don't think about that.
No, I laugh. I wish I would have had a picture when he said that, when he made that comment, because both your eyebrows went up like that. It was an eyebrow raising moment. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, I mean, I just loved all of it. It's always so good to be here at Anesthesiology. The meeting is always fantastic, and the conversations, the folks that we get to talk to, I feel like it is really inspiring. It's good to hear, what's going on. And we just want to say thank you to the American Society of Anesthesiology for doing this for us and putting Top Med Talk here next to Center Stage in the exhibit hall. We've had great traffic. Everybody's been so wonderful. And so, thank you to them, because we couldn't do this without their support.
And to our sponsors, of course.
Yes. So GE Healthcare, they've been phenomenal support for Top Med Talk. Medtronic over the years has been a long-standing supporter of ours. And, of course, Edwards Life Sciences, who were really a founding sponsor for Top Med Talk. That keeps us going. That's what keeps everything free and open to the world. And we do have listeners from all over the world, over 100 countries. That we have listeners from. So thank you to our listeners. Thank you all out there who listen every day, download the podcast, give us feedback, where it's always nice whenever we go to meetings to have chats. It's really cool. So thank you all. So today we're super excited. We're getting ready to tee up a conversation here in just a second. Ben Gibbison, who is from the UK. You're going to be talking to him.
I can just see him. He's approaching from across the...
right now. I know. I see him over there.
The exhibition hall.
That's right. We have another conversation with ASA leadership, Ronald Pearl and Peter Killeran, who were, again, talking about artificial intelligence, AI, and in anesthesiology, which I think this is going to be a continual theme. But I'm really excited about that one. Adam Spiegel and Josh Lumley are my colleagues at North Star Anesthesia. We're going to sit down with them and talk about large national anesthesia companies, and there's been a lot of press about that. We're going to walk through that a little bit more. Wolfgang Böll and Thomas Sheeran he's from Edwards Life Sciences. Wolfgang is the incoming president of ESAIC, the European Society of Anesthesiology and Intensive Care. So that'll be great to hear what's happening there, and I think a little bit more AI. We'll be going through. Rick Dutton, who is a fan fave here at Top Med Talk. We love chatting with Rick. He's such a good friend. We're going to be talking about neuromuscular transmission, neuromuscular monitoring, and the new guidelines that came out this last year. I think we touched on that yesterday. And then later this afternoon, Elizabeth Rebello, Louisa and Dan Cole, Mike Scott is going to be talking about the new APSF paper that's coming out on intraoperative hypotension. So super excited. That's one of our big topics here at Top Med Talk. And then we get to talk to the World Congress of Anesthesiologists, Adrian Gelb, Wayne Morris, and Tony Jin, and hear what's coming up for WCA 2024 in Singapore. So keep on the lookout. And then we have a surprise guest during the happy hour from 5 to 6 later today. So check back with us, guys. All right, gentlemen, excited?
Looking forward to it. Packed dance card, as usual. Very exciting.
I know. I told these guys earlier, I was like, well, sorry, our schedule got a little busy today. Sunday was going to be our light day. So we'll hang in there. It'll be great. Stick with us today. You can find us at topmedtalk.com. The schedule is up there. The live stream will be going all day. We'll probably, when we're not here talking, be streaming some of the conversations from yesterday. And, you can find us on LinkedIn, X. I've been getting it right. Facebook, we are there on social media. And be sure to like us, and all of our videos on YouTube too. So start going over to YouTube and watching some of these, because we think that that's going to be a good platform for us. So thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for all of our listeners listening out there today. Cheers, everybody.
Hello, Top Med Talk listeners. Welcome to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023 in San Francisco on the second morning of this wonderful meeting. I'm Mike Grocott, and I have with me my co-host and co-editor-in-chief as of yesterday.
That's right.
I'm new, not Desiree. So Desiree Chappell, how are you, Desiree?
Good, Mike, good.
Excellent. And also our guest co-host, Guy Ludbrook.
Wonderful to be here with great company, actually. Yeah.
Excellent. So lots to discuss today, more great guests and conversations. And one of the wonderful things about the anesthesiology meeting is the great opportunity to catch up with old friends. So first up this morning, we have Ben Gibbison. Ben, great to have you with us this morning. What have been the highlights of the meeting for you?
Oh, the highlights of the meeting.
And you can include the climbing wall in that if you want.
No, I did that. Well, there's lots of nice things about being in San Francisco, like going for a run around the Marin Headlands and eating sourdough bread. But I went to a great session yesterday about I'm a cardiac anaesthetist and using cerebral saturation monitors, which I do, and because of the sort of we now have them standard on our machines, but people only use them in major aortic surgery. And actually, there was a great compelling case yesterday for using them on everyone, because clearly on the bypass machine, pulse oximeters don't work because there's no pulse, and so actually having some marker of brain blood flow was a good thing. So I think
you've said enough. You persuaded the folk back at home that you were actually doing some work. It wasn't.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. No. Going out for dinner. Yeah.
That's so funny. So I got a question about this, because we had some conversation on top and talk about it. And personally, I did cardiac for 10 years, and pretty much my entire career doing that, we were using cerebral oximetry on all cases, all cardiac cases. And I thought it was like everybody did that. But then I'm finding out that it's still yet 15 years later that is not standard practice.
No, and that didn't seem to be in the meeting. I mean, clearly, in the UK we think, or certainly we think we're quite backwards and we don't do it. And so we had one machine in our department which did 1,500 cardiac cases a year.
Wow.
Up until last year when we replaced all our anaesthetics machines, and now we've got it on them all, and we still don't use them all. And I think that's why I quite like this meeting, really, is that last year I came and I started using BIS monitoring on everyone. I was convinced that using BIS monitoring was a good idea, having never used it on anybody before. And this year I think probably I will end up using cerebral SATs monitors on all my cardiac cases. I do by chance do a lot of sort of major aortic surgery, sort of arch replacements and stuff anyway. And we always use it for that. But actually, even for the straightforward cases, I think there's probably a compelling argument for it now.
Interesting.
So this is costing your hospital a fortune. If every year you come, you start doing something new.
Well, it is. But that's the thing about anaesthetics, is it's relatively cheap and straightforward, as I think the study will go and talk about. We know the big things that save lives, oxygen, fluids, antibiotics, and everything else is sort of tinkering around the edges. And you have to be careful, I think, that you don't sort of just get carried along with the new latest tech gadget. But I think, they're relatively cheap now, cerebral saturation.
But if you learn to use it, though, and you understand the functionality of it and how it can improve what you're doing and the monitoring, I mean, I know specifically about this. I mean, years and years you'd see something like, oh my gosh, what's going on, when something would start to alarm. Didn't happen all the time, but every once in a while it did, and it's like, well, that actually picked up something. That was a big deal. Either, something was, you need to adjust something here or there, or, whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's difficult to show that a lot of this monitoring technology makes a difference to outcome.
Yeah.
The one thing I would say that me using BIS monitoring, and I've now been using it for a year, since October last year, is that it separates my blood pressure control from my anaesthesia.
Yep.
And that's been the big thing, is that I now don't give a bolus of propofol to bring the blood pressure down before we go on bypass, because I watch the BIS crash and burst suppress someone for like 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So, but it's difficult to measure those outcomes in a trial, I think. So, but so some of you've got to be really careful of that what you're doing has a modicum of evidence behind it.
So the whole complex interventions, which is most of what we do. Evaluating them is really difficult, as you and I know from various shared projects. Now, Ben, we've got you along for a conversation to talk about a particular study, but before we do that, can you give us a little bit of background? You've given us some clues that you're a cardiac anaesthetist, but tell us a little bit about where you work, what your practice is, and you're a fairly active researcher as well, aren't you?
So I am an academic anaesthetist from Bristol in the UK, and my clinical work is cardiac anaesthesia and intensive care. But I actually work for the University of Bristol now. I swapped to be a full-time academic about 3 or 4 years ago. I sort of trained in London, went to Australia, as Guy and I were talking about the other day, a sort of slight
got that out of your system pretty quickly.
Decided I never ever wanted to go back to, backcountry Australia again. And
you might want to clarify that.
I know,
we have a lot of Australian listeners.
Really?
You did love it there. I heard
it was pretty backcountry.
Without naming the context, I think that's perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
It was not near any major city or the sea.
No. It's high up on a hill. So then returned to London, shipped out to Bristol, did my anaesthesia training. I realised that I didn't want to do general intensive care as a career, because that looked like bed management to me when you're a consultant. Whilst it's very exciting as a trainee, running around to all this stuff, it didn't look much fun as a consultant.
It's very complicated and very clever.
I was just going to say, sorry, Mike.
Totally. And so I sort of decided I wanted to do some sort of research, and there was no research program running in Bristol. There's no academic person in Bristol. So I touted around. I actually went for several drinks with pubs with people, and I found a sort of professor of medicine who's now a fellow of the Royal Society, called Stafford Lightman, who does stuff about steroid research. And so we put together a project looking at perioperative hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis control. And I got that funded via a project, and I happened to be again in a curry house in Glasgow, and I was struggling to get a fellowship because there was no sort of academic thing. There was a couple of MRC fellowships a year, and I couldn't get one. And I was sitting next to my colleagues who were cardiac anaesthetists, and they said, "Oh, well, look, we've got this fellow job going. No one's had it for 6 months, so we'd rather you come and did some work than no one doing any work. So we'll pay you a full-time salary, and then you can do your MD, and you just need to do the service provision part of the job." So I did that, and then I could get a project grant off the BHF, and then sort of carried on. And then I didn't think I'd be credible as a sort of academic anaesthetist, because I just didn't, and there was no support system there. So I went off to Papworth, did a fellowship, came back as a full-time NHS consultant, and things just sort of spiralled. If you're the only show in town, then people tended to come to you, and then it sort of picked up, and then I
Brilliant. And one thing led to another, and the GAP study came along. So tell us a little bit about the GAP study, how you got it funded, what is the study, and I think you're going to be able to share the results for the first time.
That's
Top Med Talk exclusive.
You hear it here first.
Well, I presented it yesterday at the
you'll hear it here
meeting.
second.
You'll hear it here second. So the GAP study is a study of the effectiveness and cost effectiveness of gabapentin in perioperative pain control, really.
And so this is not specific to cardiac. So
no, it's not specific to cardiac.
Okay.
It was funded. It was major surgery.
Okay.
So it was 3 body cavity surgeries, so cardiac, thoracic, and abdominal surgery.
Oh, okay.
It took place in 7 NHS centres in the UK, placebo-controlled. It was originally powered. We were going to have 1,500 patients, 500 in each of those groups. It was powered to detect a difference of 12.5% in the length of stay in any one of those groups. And because of COVID and funding and things, actually, we with the National Institute of Health Research, we needed a little extension to complete it, and the deal was that we basically dropped the power to 80% power. So we ended up recruiting, sort of 1,196 people randomised. Yeah. Half of them got gabapentin, half of them got placebo. And we measured it was powered for length of stay. So actually, as a sort of composite of pain control, post-operative pulmonary complications, all of that So that's what what the power was about, rather than sort of pain control, specific numerical rating score of pain or reduction of opiates, which we knew from the meta-analyses we'd done for it.
And I mean, this has been a big question. I mean, there was some literature that came out last year, really kind of not debunking, I guess that's the wrong word, but kind of questioning the use of gabapentin and how useful it really is, right?
Yeah. So that was what was interesting. Was really the sort of our study, in fact, showed what all the meta-analyses showed, which is that although it has statistical improvements in sort of pain control, i.e. it moved the numerical rating score from like 4 to 3 or something like that, or it moved the amount of opiates in sort of a 24-hour period. It changed them from like 30 milligrams on the first day to 25 milligrams. And it actually didn't affect the amount of time that patients stayed in hospital. It didn't affect anything else. It didn't affect their quality of life. Actually, the sort of long-term pain was worse in the gabapentin group, which sort of goes against the other stuff. And we followed these patients up. They got followed up daily in hospital, obviously, for safety and things like that. And then we followed them up at 4 weeks and 4 months afterwards.
Oh, wow. So that was the outcome. So you didn't actually see, you didn't see a difference?
We saw no difference in length of stay between either of those groups and in any group.
So the message for the practicing clinician, what do you take from that guy?
Well, I mean, in my world, gabapentin was the universal panacea. And often more for persistent pain. It's clean. It's great. It's not an opioid, so you can prescribe it. Happy birthday. And then, of course, it didn't quite work out that way. And it's, really not necessarily that good for your head, depending on your dose. And that became a bit of a problem. And then some of the efficacy data, certainly persistent pain, weren't as strong as it might be or weren't as consistent as it might be. So I'm kind of interested in terms of people's functioning on the trial. Did you look at that in terms of whether it did mess with your head, so to speak?
Yeah.
So in that we measured adverse events and serious adverse events, there was no difference between the two groups at all. One of the sort of limitations of the trial is that we had a relatively fixed dose, we had a very fixed dose of gabapentin. So patients got basically 600 milligrams of gabapentin as they were walking to the operating theatre or in the operating, in the anaesthetic room. And then 300 milligrams twice a day for 2 days afterwards. So it was a relatively fixed high dose. And that dose was based on a meta-analysis, a sort of dose-finding meta-analysis. And we think it was about right, because about half the centres went, my God, that's too high. And the other half went, it'll never work. It's way too low. You need to be using lower than that. So we thought we were in the ballpark. But what it meant is that, we don't know whether the people, whether clinical teams didn't randomise older people into the study because of that. So our sort of mean age was about 68, 69 for both groups. So we don't know the outcomes of sort of the older patients,
the more vulnerable. Yeah.
But it raises the issue too about adjunctive drugs for pain relief. I mean, we're hearing about them here this week. We've seen a lot of work around that. We're seeing big trials of things like ketamine, which the data will be coming out before too long, one thinks. And then it's interesting in the regulatory world, which I take off one hat and put another one on in terms of the regulatory world, is what do we see as important? I mean, you've spoken very much about that, say 1 point a pain score down, which is not an uncommon difference with all these adjunctives. How do you see that as kind of clinically relevant? I mean, just about anything will give you that. How do we kind of treat that scientifically? We might be able to make that significant. How do you see that in the sort of clinical context as important or not important?
Clearly you can get into minimally clinically important differences, but and that's really in the realms of sort of 2 or 3 really, in a sort of numerical rating score of 0 to 10. So we didn't pass that. I'm a sort of simplist, and this is my particular view, is that actually why should you use 2 drugs to do it when you could use 1, effectively you could achieve the same outcome with one drug, then you should just use the one drug, because at least you know what's causing your problem then.
And so the one drug we often turn to for moderate or severe pain is opioids. How do you see kind of the future of opioids to a degree? I mean, are they all bad? I mean, in one view, you say, you know, there was a group that said one should never give an opioid. And I've never managed to achieve that. So how do we kind of work that narrative forwards in terms of one camp, absolutely no opioids, one that they're fine? How can you see? Do you have a sense of where opioids are going to be in 5 years, 10 years?
I think it's going to be constantly debated.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't ask me, but that's what I think.
No. Well, I think it's going to be constantly debated. I think that it is very difficult to do major surgery without any opiates at all. And, you know, I say this as a sort of sign-up member of the cardiac anaesthesia community who gives big doses of fentanyl every day. And it's really difficult. I think there needs to be more rational prescribing. Clearly, there's a difference between opiate. You know, there's a big problem. You know, one of the things I've been quite surprised about in San Francisco is the number of people on opiates on the street. Just walking here this morning, there was, you know, I must have stepped over several people who are on opiates, and so actually bringing opiates into an environment where they can be used safely in hospital. And I think part of that thing about opiates is it's been driven by the out of hospital, you know, the sort of all opiates are bad. And clearly the misappropriation of prescribing opiates, rather than, you know, people have taken cancer guidelines effectively for end of life care and applied them to people who are in their 40s with back pain. And so it's not necessarily that opiates are bad. It's about you have to have a framework for using them that's safe.
Yeah.
And in hospital, in the perioperative environment, is fine. You know, our cardiac patients, so, you know, these are people that have had a saw taken to their chest, go home 5 days later and they don't go home with any opiates at all.
Yeah.
You know, it's vanishingly rare because we just don't prescribe them opiates and they're not in pain.
I think there's a real contrast because we have a number of conversations on Top Med Talk with folk from the US where the major concerns are about opioid prescription going home. Often, you know, 30 days of opioid prescription and respiratory depression due to opioids in hospital, which are problems which I think in the UK we really don't see very much.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It is a major problem. And I mean, you said here in San Francisco, it's every major city you will see people on the streets, you know, struggling with opioid use. And I'm from Kentucky. It was the epicenter of some of the original issues. And so I think what's happened is that, and we see this in so many things, the pendulum is swinging back and forth to varying ends. And so, you know, a lot with our surgical patients, I think the movement towards reducing or more judicious use of opioids and working with our surgical colleagues through their perioperative stay and post-op journey when they're home, saying, you know, we did this, we're being stewards as much as we can with team anesthesia. Let's all work collaboratively together to all do that, because we would have patients that would go home with like a cardiac patient that would clearly not really need them. Lots of opiates, and they get, you know, a 30-day prescription of, you know, 60, 80 pills, something like that. And that, you know, that was normal. I think some of that's being pulled back, but then we see a lot of these people on the street. Part of the problem is that there's been so much crackdown on not letting people have opioids that the people that have been chronic pain patients that have been on opioids, not abusing them, now have been taken away, and so they have to, you know, will go to street drugs and things like that to try and supplement.
But do you think the driver? Sorry, I'm going to ask a question now.
Yeah,
do you think the driver for people using or for, you know, US physicians giving drugs to go home with is the cost thing? Is that they feel they're providing a service and that they're being paid for? Because one of the things in the UK is I think we tend to give people what they need rather than what they want.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's, I mean, it may be some of that. And I mean, I'm not a surgeon. I'm not a prescriber myself. I think part of it is, you know, the push to have no pain after surgery.
Yeah. Pain is the fifth vital sign.
Pain is the fifth vital sign story. And that patients expect no pain. Like a 0 out of 10, well, they think they should be 0. And if they're not, they give more pain medicine. So prescribers and people who are, reading the orders to give will say, oh, they must be having some pain. I must give some pain control. Because as a nurse, if you were at the bedside, you were actually penalized if someone came out with a high pain score. So what are you going to do? You're going to give them narcotics to keep them quiet, essentially sedate them. And so I think that was part of it. I think part of it too was that because patients didn't want to have any pain, we're sending patients home more quickly out of the hospital. They're not staying in hospital as long after their surgery. So then they're going to have a little bit more pain. So then they're calling the surgeon at 3 a.m. saying, I'm having so much pain. I need more pain medicine because we weren't giving a lot of pain medicine. So I think it's been, it's been a ramp up, and now things are pulling back. And, I think surgeons didn't want a lot of calls. There's a lot. I mean, it's a time thing too.
We should wrap up. We've got other guests coming along. Ben, thank you very much. So just the take home that I get is don't bother.
I think for major surgery, major body cavity surgery, it makes very little difference at all to anything. I think again, one of the limitations of the study is we didn't look at major non-body cavity surgery. So we didn't look at major joint replacement, things like that. We didn't look at its place in ambulatory surgery where they might try opioid-free, but certainly for this big stuff, I wouldn't bother.
That's so interesting. I meant to ask this earlier. Our enhanced recovery protocols, for years have all included that as a multimodal pain regimen. I think you were saying that. And we have seen a tendency for people to start pulling back on those. Did you happen to look at patients that were already on gabapentin?
No. So they were excluded from the study.
Yeah. So if you have someone coming in on
it, I think you probably just have to carry on.
Yeah.
But it's a great message. I mean, negative trials are incredibly helpful. And so, that's a really good message.
Yeah, that's great. Well, great. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic work. And
well, it's not just me. I mean, there's a massive team.
For sure.
It took me a whole night to put together the list of people for the report we had to send to the NIHR. So there's an enormous number of people that do this.
Shout out to all your friends that have helped out.
Great. Ben, thank you very much for sharing the results. Only second to hear the results in the world.
You heard it here second.
We really appreciate you taking the time and coming along today.
No problem.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to Top Med Talk, making the world healthier through the power of conversation. And thanks for following us on social media. You can find us at topmedtalk.com, on our YouTube channel, on X, formerly known as Twitter, for those who are keeping up, and LinkedIn. We will be back at 11 with another great conversation. So see you then.
Cheers,
Bye-bye.
everybody. All right, welcome back, Top Med Talk listeners. We are here at Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists here in San Francisco. Top Med Talk has a home base in the exhibit hall. It is absolutely beautiful. There is a buzz in the air. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host, and I'm joined by my co-host and the new co-editor-in-chief of Top Med Talk, Mike Grocott. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Desiree. Good morning.
Yes.
Looking forward to this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've had lots of amazing conversations on Top Med Talk over the last day and a half. If you've missed any of those, no worries. You can go to topmedtalk.com and see all of those wonderful conversations, listen to those. Again, topmedtalk.com. We did want to do a little shout out before we get going here. Thank you so much to the American Society of Anesthesiologists for supporting us to be here and the booth this year. We could not do it without you. And also the generous support of our sponsors, GE Healthcare, Medtronic, and Edwards Life Sciences. Thank you all so much for keeping Top Med Talk free and open access to the world. So now a lot of the conversations we've had over the last day and a half have been centered around technology, new pharmaceutical drugs, things like that are coming out, emerging technologies, and specifically about artificial intelligence. And really some of the topics that we've been discussing and really digging into this, we feel like things are advancing pretty quickly, and where in anesthesiology does all of it fit into our practice every day? And I think this conversation is going to continue that. And so our guest today, we're so excited to have Dr. Ronald Pearl. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, so Ron, why don't you give us a little bit about your background?
So I'm trained as an anesthesiologist, also as an intensivist, and trained in both anesthesiology and internal medicine. I practice cardiac anesthesia and intensive care. I've been interested in advances in technology and how it will impact the practice of anesthesia and the practice of medicine for many years. I have been the chair of the Committee on Innovation for the past several years, and obviously we are very focused on issues such as artificial intelligence. The Committee on Innovation really has, as we view it, two responsibilities. One of them is to provide advice to the ASA on developing policies, on what information we need to provide to the members of the ASA to be prepared for the future. And the other part we think of is a role we can play possibly in helping to advance technology and innovation safely, and obviously artificial intelligence crosses all of those concepts.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for that background. We also have Dr. Peter Killeran. Peter, thank you so much for joining us here on Top Med Talk. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thank you for having me. So I'm a generalist anesthesiologist in a large academic medical center, and I do that actually as the smaller part of my my time these days. I'm also a chief informatics officer for the Memorial Hermann healthcare system in Houston, Texas, and I have an academic appointment in their School of Biomedical Informatics as well as the medical school.
Wonderful. And you are also on the chair of an ASA committee, correct?
Yes, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Informatics and Information Technology. So we are engaged also on topics around artificial intelligence and also just more generally how technology impacts the practice.
Yeah, that's great. Well, gentlemen, I'm sure when we were chatting before we got started here, there's a lot of talk about AI here at the meeting. I think, Peter, you said that you've heard it in almost every talk that you've been to. You may be, like you said, you may be a little biased.
I'm self-selecting for that, probably, a little biased sample.
Yeah. So just to kind of level set and see where we are here, and what you're hearing, where do you feel like we are in this space right now with AI and where it's coming into play?
Well, I think the adoption of AI or the introduction into our practice is going to follow a similar pattern to other technologies that have come into our space. So there's a hype cycle that goes with that. It starts with a new innovation, and there's a lot of excitement about that. It grows very quickly to a peak where everyone has probably some unrealistic expectations about what it's going to do and what its impacts are going to be. Once we start to understand what some of those limitations are, the excitement declines. The trough of despair is what that's called.
It is the grief cycle, right?
And then you sort of work through that and really figure out how it fits best into the practice, and you achieve a plateau of kind of success afterwards. And that's where we want to get to. But I would expect that this is the same for artificial intelligence and anesthesiology right now. We have a lot of excitement. I don't think we know necessarily where we are in the hype cycle right now. Are we still on the way up?
Yeah.
Have we peaked? We're certainly not in the trough of despair, I don't think.
No, not yet, I don't think.
But I also don't think we're anywhere near figuring out exactly how this is going to look when we get to that next plateau of productivity.
Yeah. Ron, did you want to comment on that?
Yes. So when we talk about AI, I think it's important to realize that we're not talking about a single technology.
Good point.
Artificial intelligence has been part of much of our technology now for decades. Every time we're using processed EEG in the operating room, that is a AI-driven technology. We have AI for very specific purposes, and then what we're often talking about is much more expanded AI. The generative AI, like you see in ChatGPT, is very, very different than much of the AI systems that we're talking about, which are much more sort of statistical, trying to predict, diagnose, categorize factors. And often people think about AI as being human-level general intelligence. We are so far away from that right now that that is pure hype at this point in time. But as we think about this large spectrum of AI, we need to be fairly specific about which things, and so some of them are accepted, some we may never see, some may be 5-10 years away.
Yeah. So, Mike, did you have a comment?
Well, I think your comments are very interesting. I mean, we've all grown up with the words AI, not necessarily focusing on the detail of what that means, and it's often thought of, as you say, as heading for some kind of general intelligence. But it does feel like we've crossed something of a threshold, in the last few months with the large language models and generative AI. Do you think the rate of adoption as a technology is going to be faster than things we've seen before, or do you think it's going to follow the same pattern, but what will the speed be like?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of excitement about ChatGPT. I think that really changed the tenor of the conversation. But I think it remains to be seen how quickly the pipeline can bring actually useful products into practice and how comfortable we're going to be using them, given that there's not a lot of evidence for their benefit. It takes time to prove that something's going to work, and I don't know how quickly we're going to adopt things without that proof.
Yeah. And I was going to make that point too. Surely, Ron, you've been hearing, we all know that's been coming down the pike, but it seems like things just got really accelerated in the last 6 months to a year.
Yes, and a lot of that has been driven by the incredible increases in computer ability, so that things that could not have been done as AI in the past now are possible. There's a large commercial rush to it, and I think that's some of what's driving the hype, of which much of it does not have any evidence yet that they're able to actually achieve it. And we'll, I think, in a little bit be talking about some of the real limitations of AI that will slow the adoption significantly.
Yeah, and I think that was where I was wanting to go with our conversation now. Really talking about what are those limitations, and one of the things we have not touched upon at the meeting this year are the ethical concerns around AI. Because when we were just chatting about it before, that is something that it's all kind of swimming up there, but it is potentially an issue. So what are you guys talking about on that?
So I think one of the major ethical concerns with it is what I would think of as inappropriate use, even if it's not recognized as inappropriate use. AI systems are trained very specifically on a data set. And we see all the time that very minor changes in applying it to something different than the data set, whether that's the patients or different group of patients, the procedures we're talking about potentially using it are slightly different. that the standard way we treat may change from hospital to hospital. All of those things can result in really very major differences in what AI will decide to do. There are other real ethical concerns. A major one is privacy. That the data sets which AI is being trained on, we already know that the amount of detail in those data sets can result in being able to identify individual patients. AI in its application may also have privacy issues. And then finally, we worry about bias, that the data sets may have bias built into them. Our care as it exists right now has disparities in healthcare. Those will, in some ways, be part of what AI learns.
Yeah. Peter, what about you? What are some of the things that you're hearing and within the committee talking about?
I think another point, I certainly agree with what Dr. Pearl is saying about the concerns about training data sets and making sure that they're representative and being inclusive. But the key way to mitigate that a little bit is to have transparency. And so do people know what the training data set was? Do they know what patients it was tested on and validated with, to make sure that the patient that's sitting in front of them right now is a good fit for that and they can expect a reasonable performance from the model that comes out of it? So that's another kind of dimension.
It all feels very
this.
Black box.
Right
now.
And I think one of the keys to adopting it safely is breaking down some of that black box so that you understand how it actually is working. Unfortunately, the technology doesn't lend itself necessarily to being able to document exactly how it arrived at whatever conclusion it got to, but we can get transparency about what was it trained on and how was it validated. And then I think the question that Dr. Pearl is also bringing up is the sort of generalizability concern from one hospital to the next. How do we go about implementing this? Is it safe to take it from one hospital system where it was trained and tested and then just apply it in another place without going through a similar training and testing process to make sure that it's actually going to perform the way you think it's going to?
I would add it's even a bigger problem in generalizability than simply from one hospital to another. Within the hospital, your patients who are there for major surgery, that whole system may now apply to the ones who are there for ambulatory surgery.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, so when we talk about being a diverse data set, it's not just socioeconomic or social determinants of health. It's disease states. It's whether you're in the ICU and coming for a procedure versus an ambulatory patient coming for the same procedure. Those may need different models.
Yeah, for sure.
And when you look at the literature right now, over 90% of AI models which have been developed, when they're tried in a different place, do not work. And I think the real power of AI is its ability to find patterns that are not obviously distinguishable for us, but those patterns may have real minor specificity to them that little changes make a big difference.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I hadn't really thought of it like that. Well, I think a big question is, and from you both probably have a really great perspective on this, is, as a day-to-day clinician in the OR working every day, how is this going to affect us? And what should we as day-to-day clinicians be thinking about and using AI and bringing it into practice? I think, again, there's a lot of concerns that people are talking about right now. So what are some of the things you guys are talking about on the committee?
I think Dr. Pearl already mentioned it's already here. I mean, there are tools that are available today that you're using that you may not even really realize.
Do you think people realize that?
Well, I'm not sure people, it's a spectrum, right? So
for sure.
What has changed is sort of the ChatGPT, the level of sophistication. It's changing. It's becoming a lot more sophisticated and perhaps becoming a different thing. But this is not like suddenly all new. We have been dependent on technology that's using these sort of machine learning techniques, maybe not as sophisticated as what's
on the horizon.
What's on the horizon, or what's even really being talked about in this meeting today. But it's been here for a long time. So I don't think the approach necessarily needs to be that different as we look at more sophisticated tools. When you're looking at an EEG, you are critical of what kind of number you need to be critical
yeah.
of what number is coming out of it and whether you believe it. And I think that's got to be true for these new tools too. We need to maintain a critical attitude about the information we're getting off of these tools, and not forget that our clinical judgment is still the most important piece here. It's just another piece of information coming at you that you can use to guide. Doesn't mean you have to follow it.
Yeah, it's a tool. I mean, that helps us do our job.
Yeah, I think it's, there are great things about AI when we talk about clinical practice. It's vigilant the entire time. It may see things we don't see.
Pick up on nuances that we may never know.
But important will be for the anesthesiologist to basically recognize it as a piece of information, and we have great experience of getting conflicting pieces of information already and trying to make a decision on that basis, and that's what we'll have to do with AI.
Distilling all the information, data points. Maybe this helps consolidate maybe some of those data points that we're having to filter out. But yeah, for sure. Mike, did you?
Yeah, I mean, Peter, you commented it's a very pervasive technology. Sometimes we don't actually realize we're dealing with it. And a lot of our conversation seems to have been implicitly about devices which have got AI built into them in the validation sets, etc. But there's a more general application, and ChatGPT being a great example, whereby, I mean, forgive me stereotyping, but the young in particular who are rapid adopters are using these interfaces as a means of accessing all sorts of different resources. So you can imagine someone just, asking their, whichever app it was, there are other apps are available, but, asking, what's the best drug dose for this, or which is out with medical technology specifically, but could become very common. Is that something that falls under your remit or something you've been considering?
Yeah, I think there are more general tools, AI tools that are being developed for physicians, not just anesthesiologists, that we don't want to forget about in this. One of them is the ability of tools like ChatGPT or generative AI to summarize information. So if we can figure out how to summarize a patient's chart to bring forward key pieces of information that are relevant to an anesthesiologist, that could be really powerful in changing the way we take care of that individual patient. And the details of that are hidden in that chart, buried. If you're, we're often in very time-constrained environments where we don't really have time to read through 100 pages of a patient's chart. We do our best to get what we can. Could a summaritive tool do that as well or better and bring information forward? I think that's a huge potential for us. And then also offloading other kinds of administrative tasks is a real area of opportunity.
Yeah, that we don't often think about.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to add a comment about ChatGPT. Because it is so good at language, people tend to accept it as understanding what it is saying. It does not understand, and so some of the time it literally makes up data or says things which are just completely wrong. And it's a good example of, it can be very useful, but people will have to always be vigilant about what information you're actually getting out of AI.
And there are skills in using the technology, aren't there? Because, I mean, you can go back to the one of these generative models and ask it for its train of thought, for example. You can interrogate to explore the validity of what the output is, but you've got to know to do that and how to do it.
Yeah, but if you ask it what its train of thought is, it's not actually a train of thought. It's a series. It's predicting based on the last set of words, what's the next most likely word to come. That's how they kind of work. So it's not actually able to articulate a train of thought in the way we think of it as a human. It's a different task.
But it can at least be helpful because it gives you, if there's a logical non sequitur in there, you.
Well, one of the more interesting things I've seen is when you ask GPT to critique its own response, and it will be able to find some of the deficiencies where it's like, oh, actually, I made that up in my previous iteration. It can do those sorts of things, which is a really interesting direction for go, sort of developing the ability to self-critique. I don't know where we are in adding those back into these models, but I suppose that's a potential future state.
For sure. So we've talked about limitations, ethical concerns. I think one of the big topics is just ultimately patient safety. And how do we use this technology? And I think, Ron, you kind of touched on it earlier, that, depending on what the algorithms are based upon and all those can affect, what the actual, what our plan of action is or care is based on that. And that may not be the best thing for our patients.
I think the general approach nowadays has been moving in these applications, from the term artificial intelligence to augmented intelligence. This is giving us information that we don't simply go ahead and take as being true and act on. We're still going to have to be physicians. We're going to be thinking about our patient, and we may have information that the system does not have. For example, I mean, right now in the operating room, they may not know what the surgeon just did. There may be large blood loss that we can see. Right. I mean, things like that. But also, we'll see responses. We'll have a lot of information, and we'll also know a lot about the patient. And in many ways, AI is a form of pattern recognition. We're already superb at pattern recognition, and we don't want to give that up. So I don't see AI as a threat to patient safety. It's like many of the things we do. It will help us provide better care for our patients, but we need to be recognizing the limitations of it.
Yeah. From an IT perspective, and the committee that you've been working on, what are some of the patient safety concerns that have been brought up there? Or have there been?
Well, I mean, I think it's more generally, what do you do when the model gets it wrong?
Yes.
So none of these are going to have 100%, not going to perform perfectly every time. So I mean, that's been a big point of discussion for us as a group, is how do you talk about the liability that's associated with that? And if this really does become, if we do really get great tools, is there going to be a liability for not adopting them? And that's another role for the ASA to think about, of whether or not some of, if we do get really good tools, when do we say this should become a standard of care? Those kinds of factors.
Yeah. Well, I know the ASA, I mean, again, this has been a hot topic, and you've actually been asked on the committees to develop kind of a strategic plan for adoption and rollout, and just how we're thinking about artificial intelligence and some of these new technologies. Where are you guys at on that, and how is that going to be, how are you going to develop that over the committees?
I would say step one is trying to figure out where we are in the hype cycle. So we need to think about, how do we figure out what's something that's likely to become reality.
Oh, hold on one second. This is live, so we are in the exhibit hall, and they're making announcements. Probably it's not cocktail hour yet, so it must just be lunch. So hold on one second while we let them go through. All right, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
So I think task number one is figuring out where we are, where in the hype cycle, what's real, what's likely to become real in the near future, and what's really far off fantasy and separating those two things. If we can figure out how to get that right, it's a lot easier to develop a strategy around which of these things do we then go and promote, and which do we suggest that we pass on. And then navigating the whole landscape of regulation, for which there's not a whole lot, but there's discussion of in Washington about how AI should be regulated, and that figuring out a strategy for how do we work with industry on this, and make sure that anesthesiology has the attention of industry, and that our use cases are getting some attention and are on the development roadmap. That's another sort of source of advocacy, and then making sure that our members know how to use these tools safely and effectively.
Yeah. Ron, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes. So AI it's a platform technology. It has lots of applications, cuts across many things. So one thing that the ASA is being sure we do is that all the different stakeholders within ASA, the different committees, basically it affects preoperative, intraoperative, postoperative care. It affects potentially everything we do. So we're trying to be sure that we have all the different stakeholders involved. And then, as was mentioned, when you talked about government, etc., and industry, we are a stakeholder in a larger use of AI, in that we are collaborating to be sure that what comes out of this will be valuable and safe.
Yeah. So if ASA members are interested in finding out more information and furthering the conversations, what's the best way to get in contact? Is it reaching out to the committees, or are you guys producing a lot of content around this, or anticipating that you probably will be? Yeah.
So our Committee on Innovation will be coming out with work product on AI, but we're also, I think, trying to collaborate among committees so that we don't have lots of conflicting or separate information. I think people are interested can contact and both of our committees, and we'll try to get them good response. And we're trying to develop really a community within ASA of people who are interested in AI.
Yeah. Peter, what about you?
I was just going to say, I think the approach to this needs to be broad and inclusive. So you hear it at this meeting, every committee, it seems like, is talking about this, and we really want to take advantage of that. That's great. There's not going to be one single place that knows the most about a particular use case and how AI could influence it. You have to be the domain expert in that area to really make that evaluation. So we have to balance that against the need to have a sort of unified approach and collaborative approach and not be working in silos. Stay tuned on how we actually propose to solve that. I don't
might ask AI about that.
I don't think we have the answer to that yet, but that is definitely something we're trying to work on. Having a central point where you can at least get ideas sorted and make sure you're directed to the correct area of expertise.
Yeah.
So more to come on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So in closing, guys, where do you see this going in the next year to 2 years? Do you think we're going to change, the hype cycle is going to move a little bit that quickly, or what do you think, Dr. Pearl?
I don't think a lot's going to change in the next 1 or 2 years. When we talk about these things, we always kind of overestimate how fast something's going to change. And there'll be more of what's going on right now. What we desperately need is evidence of validation that there's uses that go across the ways we want to use them. What I'm really unsure about is where we're going to be in 5 to 10 years, because the rate of expansion of AI, the different techniques people are using is advancing so fast that I find it very difficult to predict will what's hyped today actually be standard care at that point in time.
Yeah, that's great. Gentlemen, thank you so much for a fascinating conversation. We could continue to talk, I think, for a while about this. But it's great to look out for and stay tuned for the products that you guys are going to be putting out and the information that's coming out. And, joining in the conversation, I think, is really important for the day-to-day clinicians, getting all of our concerns out there. But thanks for taking the time to sit down with us here at Top Med Talk.
Thank you.
And thanks for listening to Top Med Talk. Again, you can always find all of these awesome conversations at topmedtalk.com. We're on social, X, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are there. YouTube, our videos will be out, and you'll be able to see the content from Anesthesiology 2023 there. So thanks, everyone, for listening, and we will catch you here, I think, we got a quick little break. We'll catch you up here on the hour, I believe. Yes, 12 o'clock. Thanks so much for listening. Cheers, everybody.
Bye.
Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023. It's the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. I'm Desiree Chappell, your host. I'm joined by my co-host and the new co-editor-in-chief of Top Med Talk, Mike Grocott. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Desiree. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've kept you busy.
Yeah, but it's all good.
Over the last couple of days, we've had lots of conversations, but they've been great. We've had a lot of focus on artificial intelligence, technology, emerging technology. So I think that's kind of the buzzword this year.
Our word cloud's normally anesthesiology and
perioperative medicine, perioperative
and this
care.
year it's just a massive AI.
Yeah, for sure. We did want to say, before we get started in this conversation, a big thank you to the American Society of Anesthesiology for supporting us to be here this year. This booth is absolutely amazing. And we couldn't do it without you. And also the support of all of our sponsors, GE Healthcare, Medtronic, and especially one of our founding sponsors, Edwards Life Sciences. So thank you to all of them. Now, this next conversation is a little bit of a continuation of some of the ones we've had here on Top Med Talk earlier in the year. And it's actually really exciting for me. So I don't know, for many of you out there may not know, I wear another hat, not just Top Med Talk, but I'm also Vice President of Clinical Quality for North Star Anesthesia. And so it is a privilege to be sitting down with my colleagues here from North Star. Adam Spiegel, our CEO. Adam, thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be here.
Yeah, and Josh Lemley, my partner in crime.
Yeah,
when it comes to quality.
Desiree and I are like Voltron. It's like come together and create Uber anesthesia quality.
That's right. He's our Chief Quality Officer. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sitting down with us. Before we get started, I thought it would be good just to give a little bit of background information. So, Adam, I know we've talked about this before on Top Med Talk, but for those who may not have listened, tell us just a little bit about your background, where you come from, your experience in anesthesia.
Sure. So I've been in healthcare for about 25 years. Started working with a company called the Advisory Board, which does sort of research and consulting as well as technology for hospitals and health systems. We were acquired by Optum, and I then worked at Optum, partially with their Optum Care Group, which manages physician practices. I think that gave me some exposure to getting closer to the patient, which I really enjoyed, and had the opportunity to come over and work at North Star. So moved over in 2018, and I've been CEO since.
Yeah, fantastic. And Josh, your background?
Yeah, so I'm an anesthesiologist. My first job out of residency, did residency at the Brigham, was at Ohio State. So I was the director of the cancer hospital there, was teacher of the year, was very much on the academic line. Actually, 10 years ago here in San Francisco, a colleague of mine introduced me to one of the executives at North Star at the time, and I wasn't super happy with the career trajectory in academic medicine, and a door opened at North Star, and I've been with the company since then. So with clinical operations, and then recently in 2019 transitioned into the quality space as CQO.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, we do have a lot of listeners that are not from the U.S. and don't really understand how anesthesia management works. And, a lot of questions that I get is, aren't you working for the hospital, or you're working for the system? And that's not really kind of how it works here. So, Adam, I thought we kind of start off with maybe you giving like really high level overview of what it looks like in the U.S. when it comes to team anesthesia and management of that service within a hospital.
Yeah, and so the way to think about it is largely anesthesia outside of academic medical centers is run by private practices. So the practices come in and they provide the staffing for surgical departments to do anesthesia. That is, we tend to take a team-based approach to anesthesia care, so it involves both physicians and CRNAs. We employ the physicians and CRNAs, and we work to contract with the hospital to cover a certain number of ORs and NORA sites per day for certain time periods. So we may, have 10 sites between, 7 and 3, and that may come down to 5 and then 3 overnight kind of thing. So we actually provide that service, and, different anesthesia companies are focused on different areas. I think in general, North Star has really grown organically, which is when hospitals are either having trouble staffing certain sites, or individual groups may say, hey, I'm pulling out of a market, and there's a space where the hospital needs to find anesthesia care, we get a call and we go in and provide those services.
Yeah. And, right now, it's a little bit of a tough market in the U.S., I think. Can you kind of go over some of the headwinds that the anesthesia, why would a particular small group be calling us for the help? What is it about, what they've been operating in the last 20 years and doing fine, all of a sudden they're not?
Yeah, and it's, I think a lot of countries around the world are having this issue where there's just not enough anesthesia providers for the amount of surgical capacity that they need. That issue's been exacerbated in the U.S., and it's largely because the amount of surgical capacity isn't regulated in any way. And if you think about an average hospital, they're getting 20% of the work that they do is through surgery, but it's 80% of their profits. So hospitals see volume as the way that they actually can survive. During COVID, you had this issue where hospitals were not allowed to do elective procedures. And as a result, more and more elective procedures are being done in ambulatory surgery centers. And if you take the average orthopedic surgeon as an example, they may have done total knees and total hips in a hospital setting because they were concerned about quality. They were concerned about, hey, what if this goes sideways? I don't feel very comfortable doing it in an ambulatory site. And during COVID, they had no choice because if they wanted to actually see their patients, they either weren't going to see the patients or they were going to do them in ASC. And what happened? Well, the case started on time. My patient was able to find parking very easily, and they showed up, and they were very happy with the outcomes, and they went home, and they were healthy, and everything went great. Well, why in the world would I go back to starting doing these cases in a hospital? Well, the hospitals say, oh, well, of course all these people are going to bring their volume back, so I'm going to run the same number of rooms. In fact, I'm going to run even more because I'm sure there's a lot of latent demand out there. So I need to staff my rooms. I need to make sure I'm providing lots and lots of time. Well, the ASCs have seen this influx of volume. So they're now saying, I need to run these rooms later. I need to open up on weekends to accommodate the volume that I'm seeing. So what ended up happening is over the last couple of years, you've had this dramatic growth in capacity, but the volume hasn't been there. So for an anesthesia group, we're being contracted to run more rooms, but the volume's the same as it was previously. So we have very expensive resources that are very hard to find sitting in rooms that aren't actually being used. And that creates a very tough economic environment. So that's sort of the big piece, which was because of this demand expansion, there aren't enough anesthesia providers. That's driven up costs by about 30%, anesthesiologists and CRNAs. The second component of it is reimbursement. So in the States, you get paid by commercial payers and by the government. Medicare has been reducing rates to paid to anesthesia consistently by about 2% per year over the last few years. Commercial payers, because of the No Surprises Act, have actually also been reducing what they've largely been paying to anesthesia providers. So costs have gone up, revenue's gone down. And yet it's not a normal supply and demand world. So what ends up happening for anesthesia groups is they're getting squeezed on both sides.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested. As you know, you three are really familiar with this world, and for me, it's much less familiar. Can you give me a feel for so the size of North Star, the number of different similar organisations there are, the scale of them, and what proportion of the overall anesthesia provider market that is?
So for the large national players, so North Star, we work in about 220 sites across multiple states, so 19, 20 states. The national players are probably about 15% of the overall anesthesia market. I would say close to 85% of overall volume is outsourced. So a private practice is serving that. And again, of which the overall, we're probably 15 or 20% are national players. And there's 4 or 5 groups that really are at a national scale that make that up. The other 15% are academic medical centers, largely, who tend to employ their own anesthesiologists.
Yeah. And how many providers do you have within the organization?
So we have probably close to 4,000 providers across physicians and nurse anesthetists. And
there's a few other similar.
Yes, so there's probably 4 or 5 that are kind of size.
Yep.
And then you also have some regional players that are, call it a third the size of what we would say. It's probably another, 6 to 10 of them.
Yeah, and the only other color I would just offer for the clinicians that are not U.S. based. So this ranges the gamut, everywhere from small community hospitals that'll do a couple hundred deliveries a year, and bread and butter ENT, healthy GYN, GU, general surgery cases, all the way to ambulatory surgery centers that'll be doing same day total joints, lots of orthopedics, lots of plastics, to large academic medical centers, level 1 traumas that are doing
Heart,
transplants,
brains,
exactly, complex spine, 5,000 deliveries a year, very complex procedures with an academic training component, with residency program, et cetera.
Yeah, everything in between.
Yep.
Do a little bit of everything. So one of the things that I wanted to go over too was, when it comes to a large anesthesia management company, there are benefits that we can, kind of have scale. What are some of those things that you think that North Star provides and can do that because of our size?
Yeah, so there's kind of, in general, has been kind of two approaches to leveraging sort of national scale and scope. One has been price, which I think there's been a lot in the news lately, which is, hey, if I could bring a bunch of large groups together, then I can actually stand on equal footing with some payers. So that way, my focus is really going to be on can we bring people together and really try to get more revenue for the work that we're doing. And we can do that because, hey, a United Healthcare can say, well, I'm going to kick you out of network. Well, if I have enough scope, they can't do that. So they're going to have to keep me in network. The other side of the equation, so that actually is not North Star, but there are certainly anesthesia companies who do that. The other side of the equation where North Star is largely sat is, how do you leverage expertise in sort of surgical throughput operations in terms of working with hospitals to kind of right-size their operation? And that's where, at scale, we have the ability to find people who are really good at that. The other thing is, as we talked about, especially in some rural areas, very hard to recruit. Mm-hmm. And so you really need to have a national footprint to bring people in, and they may rotate into a rural site for a little while they want to maximize compensation, and then they'll move somewhere else, and you need an ability to constantly backfill those people. So having a national footprint, scale, et cetera, it gives us an ability to staff a lot of those sites that are very hard to find people who are willing to go out there and do that.
So if I understand you correctly, if I think of my context within the National Health Service, we have an anaesthetic department that looks after giving the anaesthetics, but also the training, the quality, and you offer institutions that whole package.
That's right. That's right. And the other thing, just from a scale standpoint, is as an organization, if an anesthesiologist, nurse anesthetist, AA comes into us, we have a buffet of options. Do you like doing heads? Do you like doing hearts? Okay, well, I've got a great location for you to work at. Yeah. Do you want to work in a care team with a nurse anesthetist at a community hospital where you know the patients and you can see the people you work with at the grocery store, et cetera? We have locations that can facilitate that. Just one other point on to the kind of operations point that Adam made is that we track a ton of metrics, and so based on those metrics, we can have some sort of scale of goodness of how we are performing, which also helps us scale going forward. So that from a recruiting standpoint and from a retention standpoint amongst our employees, we can say on this metric, your department is doing really well, or this hospital is doing extremely well. This department of anesthesia this would be a great place for you to join as a junior attending, to kind of step into a department that is functioning at a high level where you can kind of learn your craft and become a well-functioning anesthesiologist fresh out of residency.
And if you don't mind me asking, the compensation, do you have sort of performance-related package? Do you use incentives to persuade people to go to places they might not otherwise want to go?
Yeah, so I always say anesthesia is sort of the every other job. So, you end up making the least amount of money in the big cities.
In the best places.
Cost of living is really high, and you make the least amount of money. Whereas if you're willing to go out to Lubbock, Texas, You make a lot of money as an anesthesiologist. And that's why, because obviously people, will go where they want to go. So you do have different compensation based on where they're living. There's also going to be an acuity and lifestyle perspective as well. Certain facilities, that group is used to, hey, we're willing to take a lot of call, but we want to be compensated for it.
Yep.
There are others that are much more lifestyle positions, and I think that's a little bit of where Josh was going, which is because we have a national footprint, there's a clinical side of it, which is, hey, these are the types of cases I want to do. Mm-hmm. There's also a lifestyle side of it, which is this is the amount of time I want to work. Am I in a period of my life where I want to pay off loans and do really well? Yeah. Or am I at the point where, hey, I want to be able to step back a little bit, maybe work 80%, maybe work 50%. We have those types of roles for you. So I think that gives us an ability to follow somebody across an entire life cycle where they're out of school, they're going through family stuff, they're ready to ramp back up, and maybe they ramp back down, and it gives them a home that they can kind of do that across time.
Yeah, and if I could think about like one of the areas of friction in terms of staffing departments of anesthesiology is, historically it has always been, I need 14 anesthesiologists, and all 14 of them need to be completely 100% interchangeable. And that reality really never existed, but it certainly does not exist post-COVID. And so scale allows you, first off, we are not in a market where we can say, I'm sorry, I don't have a position for you only wanting to work as a 0.8 FTE. The reality is you have to say, we will make this work. We'll figure out a way to operate. Scale enables that. Is to work with the requests of colleague anesthesiologists and nurse anesthetists.
Yeah. And the quality. Obviously, you and Desiree have quality is a key part of your roles. Is there any compensation link to quality metrics?
There is. So we have it built in with every anesthesiologist, every nurse anesthetist. Desiree and I try to standardize it as much as possible to, the merit-based incentive payment system, the MIPS measures that we report out for all of our cases. But we do also work with client sides to say, is there an area that you would like to see improved either operationally or clinically, and how can we incentivize our anesthesiologists and nurse anesthetists to be as good partners, kind of rowing all in the same direction as your employees as well?
We do believe in carrots.
Yeah, yes. and it is interesting in this area, unlike I think other specialty areas, it's very hard to create an RVU-based equivalent because one, anesthesia doesn't create volume. And two, depending on the hospital, you may be more or less efficient depending on what their volume looks like. So it's very hard to hold a clinician accountable for the value that they're creating, the revenue that they generate. The flip side is, from a quality perspective, that is something that we can hold them accountable for. So in general, our incentive side of the clinical behavior is really much more quality focused than sort of profit focused.
Yeah. And I think really the scale, going back to that, and why we can do that, we can provide resources and support for our clinicians when it comes to this, where smaller groups may not be able to do that. We really do focus on that and try and provide that for our clinicians. So lots of benefits to a large anesthesia management company. There may be some challenges or maybe limitations of that. But, it's kind of the elephant in the room of some of the discussions that I've had lately is that, there's a little bit of press about large companies and how that affects the healthcare system and what's happening. So, we've had a lot of conversations internally about that. Where do we fall on that, and what are your thoughts on that, Adam?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two big things to think about. I think one is, is private equity inherently evil, which seems to be the theme of the day. On that side, I struggle with the fact that there's nothing that a lot of these private equity businesses are doing that is any different than private practices.
Yeah.
So, we have a group, I'm in the DC area, it's a group of orthopedics surgeons. It's a private practice group. Their entire strategy has been, let's all get together and we'll negotiate as one big group so that we have, big market share.
Monopoly pricing.
Yes, and the insurers can't do anything about it. So I can ask Care First, which is the big Blue Cross and Blue Shield plan. That is the dominant payer in that market. That is more than 50% of the commercial payments. And we can sit at equal sit footing. And if my costs go up 20%, I can say, hey, you can either pay me 20% or I'm going to go out of network and charge you more. Whether that is a private equity-backed group or it's a group of people getting together, it's the same thing. They're trying to get some scale so that they can sit on equal footing with a payer. So from that perspective, hey, sometimes it's hard for these groups to get together. It's nice to have somebody who's got some deep pockets to do that. I think that's not a bad thing. I think where private equity has more of a challenge in this healthcare space is that, they go into these spaces to make money and to do that relatively quickly. And I think that's where there sometimes is a disconnect, which is, the time frame for most private equity is 3 years, and it may stretch to 5. The vast majority of hospitals don't want to only work with a group for 5 years. They don't want, anesthesiologists. I'm not sure I want to join a group and have it change every 3 years. So that's where we see a lot of disconnects. And I think where North Star has a model is it's long-term capital. So the idea is similar to a Berkshire Hathaway, our investors that came in, the idea is that they'd like to never sell North Star. And when you have that longevity, it actually lines up much more with the hospitals don't want to switch their anesthesia group all the time. Anesthesiologists don't want to be parts of different groups all the time. So it just creates more consistency. And I think, people are looking for stability right now. They're looking for consistency. And I think that gives us a little bit of an advantage over maybe traditional private equity. But I think a lot of the bad press, I have a hard time with, hey, who is the biggest employer of physicians in the country? Well, it's not the VA. It's not private equity. It's United Healthcare, which is a payer. So nobody's talking about that. And that seems kind of a very different kind of issue. And I don't know why that is not getting as much press as, say, private equity is right now.
Yeah. Josh, what do you think that means? I mean, as a clinician, what does that mean to you? I mean, again, we've had lots of conversations about this, but I think it's always important to bring it back, to us that have to show up to work every day. Like, how does that translate down?
I mean, as we think about growing departments of anesthesia, what are we doing with IT to report out our quality metrics? We can talk about this. I'll also add to the word cloud on AI and machine learning. Like, are there ways that as an organization we're leveraging AI and machine learning to go through just a gazillion data points with all the 1.1 million anesthetics that we do to help find small tweaks that we can make to improve outcomes, to improve the type of work that we do, and then just from being an employee standpoint, like, do I have a benefits team that's really taking good care of me? Do I feel good about the insurance that I'm getting? Do I feel good about the executive team and the operational support that I'm getting? All of that costs money. And all of that requires a long-term view to say, the ROI on this is not going to be a year from now. It's not going to be 18 months from now. It may be 5 years from now, but this is what helps us, recruit people. This is what helps us report out quality metrics, which we inherently believe we're going to be asked to do. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but it's probably going to be 3 years from now, and that's why making that investment now is very important. That does not happen or that potentially does not happen. It's not top of mind with a short-term, private equity mindset. It is inherently part of if we as an organization are going to exist and be vibrant 10 years from now, these are the decisions that we need to be making and investing in now.
Yeah, I'm wholly sold on the on the benefits of long-termism. I mean, does that extend to looking at your recruitment pipeline and maybe even supporting people, I don't know, through med school or through residency, that kind of thing?
Yeah, so it is something that we've spent a lot of time on at North Star. I think the two aspects of it are really about how do we create more students. We're in process of starting 3 residency programs at facilities around the country where we are sponsoring a lot of the economics that go into that. We're looking to expand residency programs where we have them for that reason, which is how do we create more anesthesiologists. On the anesthetist side, we're doing a similar thing around students. So I think we've tripled the number of students that we have in our facilities. Those are not going to pay off now. But theoretically, 2-3 years down the road, you're going to start to see those anesthetists actually graduate and be part of the programs. It's a big investment on the residency program, but 5-6 years from now, it should be really helping us overall. So I think those are some of the investments that we are making that, to your point, they will pay off over the long term, but it actually requires a fair amount of investment between now and then.
Yep.
But the returns are going to greatly outweigh the expense today. So provided we have a place where we're going to be around in 10 years, it makes a lot of sense to be doing that.
Yeah, that's great. Switching gears just a little bit to maybe less doom and gloom on some of the economic side of things. What are you most excited about, Josh, specifically in the quality space? So I get to ask this about what we're doing in where we're going with North Star and really working and partnering, collaborating with the physician and CRNAs.
Yeah, I think so. And number one, anesthesiologists and nurse anesthetists want to feel as if their careers are continuing to grow. So within the quality space, we're creating pathways for leadership amongst our anesthesiologists and nurse anesthetists to say, we want you to be the director of clinical quality at your organization, at your location, reporting out, your quality metrics, near misses, participating in the QA/QI committee to make the whole system better. Every year, I do say this, there will be a tipping point from payers in the near future. It is happening this year with CMS, whereby our excellent outcomes are going to be rewarded. And unfortunately, on the other hand, either not reporting or your poor outcomes are going to result in the stick, not the carrot. You're going to pay a penalty to CMS, and that is going to also go to payers in the near future. We're not there yet, but that is on the cusp. And so having an infrastructure that's all set up to say, give us the green light. We are ready to report out on these quality metrics and really show all the good things we've been doing historically that we have not necessarily been rewarded with, beyond just being able to say what we're contributing in terms of the clinical care of our patients is helping to reduce readmissions and complications and reduce length of stay. We will reap rewards in terms of increased reimbursement from payers on both the private side as well as the government side.
Yeah, that's great. And Adam, from your perspective, where do you see the next 5 years or so? I think people say 5 to 10 years. I mean, who knows, 10 years. But in the next 3 to 5 years, what do you see the landscape? How is it going to be changing?
Yeah, I mean, for the big thing that we're starting to see that I think is going to change, there's a supply and demand issue. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I think there are a lot of things happening to supply. So, I kid you not, there's 10s and 20s of the number of sRNA programs that are launching. Yeah. I think every sRNA program is expanding. You're seeing the same thing on the residency side. You're seeing AA schools start that hadn't been in place before. So I think you're seeing a lot of movement around supply. I think the bigger impact in the next 3 to 5 years is the demand side. I think hospitals are faced with increased cost, and they are just going to have to rationalize the surgical suites that they run. You are seeing it also on the ASC side, which is some of these ASCs that got launched are closing because they're not seeing the volume they need to be viable. That is going to dramatically reduce demand, and I think that's really what's going to start to create stability. So I think once the landscape starts to stabilize, then it becomes less stressful for everyone. While there are lots of providers who think that, being a locum is great, nobody likes inconsistency of the teams that they're working with.
That's right.
And I think you see that from a quality perspective. You definitely see that from a cultural perspective. And I think when you get stability around teams, everybody's happier, and it becomes a much better job day to day. So I think you're going to see a lot of provider engagement go up. I think you've seen a lot of sort of doom and gloom about, hey, I don't want to be a doctor anymore. I'm hoping that as you start to see that stability, engagement starts to go up. And then for us, we can start to focus a little bit where Josh was going on career paths, which is, I think there's a lot of ways that, we hear in our engagement surveys every year, one of the biggest challenges is I can't fulfill my career objectives. And I think a lot of people start out, they're happy to be a clinical provider, but they may miss research. They may want to get back into that. They may miss, spending some time in quality or want to get there. They may have aspirations towards leadership or ownership. And where we are going to be able to spend some time once things are a little bit more stable is actually investing in those career paths for team members. And I think that's something that I'm really excited about over time.
Yeah.
Great opportunity.
It is. And, one of the things that I'm most excited about, two things. One is the research arm and really expanding in that.
Yep.
As private practices, we've done a little bit. We talked here on Top Med Talk last year. We partnered with USAP and Rick Dutton and published a study on the incidence of IOH in community-based practice, which I think is huge. I mean, to be able to do that, not a lot of private practices can participate in that. So that is a big opportunity.
Or are, frankly, at this point in the game, willing to share their performance and going with a glass half full analogy, the opportunities for improvement.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think there's something that's really said to, a lot of our challenges in U.S. healthcare is around rural medicine.
Yeah.
So getting outside of the big academic downtown medical centers. And the problem with research is all the research is done in the big sort of downtown medical centers. So unless the groups like us, USAP, are sharing some of that data and participating in the research, there's always going to be this void of, we have a lot of information about, what happens in Cleveland and in Baltimore, but it is very hard to figure out what's happening in sort of the rural areas where we're seeing some real challenges from a quality perspective. So I think that's an additional thing that we can bring to the table that without this kind of participation is going to be very hard to actually play out.
Yeah, and I think what we have focused so much on that I absolutely love, and everything we've been talking to attributes that, is like really creating a culture in inclusivity and trying to bring everybody together and work in an environment that you want to go to work.
Yeah. I mean, true. And to Adam's point, the research that we're contributing, kind of again, the comparison versus the academic environment. I mean, these are, some of them are CRNA only cases, some of them are physician only cases, some of them are done in a mixed model, some of them are done in a care team model. Like it is truly what the vast majority of practices across the United States operate under, as opposed to sort of the typical academic arm, which is attending anesthesiologist supervising 2 residents in a probably ASA 3, ASA 4 case that might not be representative of the vast majority of cases that are done across the country.
Yeah, for sure. Guys, thanks so much for sitting down and taking the time here. ASA, I know you're very busy, lots of meetings, all that good stuff. But look forward to future conversations and I think it's great just to be able to have a chat about kind of where we are and where we're going.
I've learned a lot.
Yeah. I know. Mike was like asking me all these questions. I'm like, why don't we wait for Josh and Adam?
Well, thanks for the invitation. I'm looking at the guest list that you guys have here. Adam is amazing. But I do not fit anywhere into this list. So you guys are at the bottom of the barrel with Josh Longley being here. So thanks for the invite.
Not at all. It's been great to have you.
Yeah, all right. And thanks for listening to Top Med Talk. You can always find us at topmedtalk.com. All of our videos from the ASA will be on our YouTube channel. You can find them there. We'll be putting out the podcast over the next several months, so you can check us out. We're on social media, Twitter. X, formerly known as Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. We are there. And once again, thank you to the ASA for all the support to be here at Anesthesiology 2023. Cheers, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, hello, and welcome back to Anesthesiology 2023, the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. Topman Talk is here in the exhibit hall at the Moscone Center in beautiful San Francisco. It's been a fabulous 2 days of anesthesiology. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host today, and my co-host, the new co-editor-in-chief, joining me today is Mike Grocott. Hello, Mike.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
We are
honored.
afternoon. Yes.
I'm honored.
It's nice that you managed to retain the accent. was that a qualification for the
It was.
co-editor?
You can only be a co-editor in chief if you have a British accent. Sorry, Guy. Or Guy Ledbrook, who is our guest co-host today. Thanks so much for sitting down with us.
Great to be here.
And only because you have that accent can you be the.
I could put on my New Zealand accent next, but we'll see.
We can go to, and of course you've heard now our esteemed guest, a fan fave actually on Top Med Talk. I know, Rick Dutton. Rick, thanks for coming back and sitting down with us. So, Rick, you are Chief Quality Officer for USAP.
Yep.
We've had many conversations over the years at anesthesiology and other meetings too, sitting down talking about the amazing work. You are like, I hate to say the quality guru because there's a lot of quality gurus in anesthesia, but you are the quality guru in anesthesiology.
Well, thank you for saying so.
You are. You've done a lot of really good work. So, and I'm referring to some of the work that you've done in the past. Tell us a little bit about your background, what you've been doing and kind of where you are now, because you've actually recently had a change.
Yes. So, yes, I had a relapse.
You're calling it that.
So, I used to say I was a recovering traumatologist. My first career was as
first life.
a trauma anesthesiologist in Baltimore at the Shock Trauma Center. And I did research in resuscitation and did the whole academic track. In 2010-ish, I shifted gears, went to work for the ASA as their quality officer, chief quality officer, please.
So
and set up the Anesthesia Quality Institute, started our national registry, got involved in all sorts of big picture stuff in anesthesia. And then in 2015, took that background and joined U.S. Anesthesia Partners, which is a nationwide private practice, physician-run, and it really is a private practice, but about 5,000 clinicians right now. And they wanted a chief quality officer. They wanted to be the best practice in the country. They said, come tell us how to do that. And yeah, it was a compelling job description. So I've been with USAP since then, so about 8 years now, and enjoying it very much. And I have the resources and the scope to do some cool things. Right, so we built our infrastructure, and that was built, and then we had COVID, and that was kind of exciting, and then I was bored, and so...
No.
So I have, as I say, relapsed, and I am still a chief quality officer and still engaged on the national front, but I am also now going back to being a traumatologist and being a site chief at a community hospital in Washington, D.C., and in the OR every day. It's sort of fun.
Yeah, enjoying it. You can tell it that whenever you talk about it, you're like getting your hands dirty again.
Little sparkle.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's cool.
That's great. Well, Rick, we've had lots of conversations, like I said, over the years about differing things. We actually worked together on a project this last year. We were talking about that, presented last year, IOH and the incidence of IOH, really based in a community setting, not necessarily academia.
We're getting abbreviation heavy again.
Oh, sorry, intraoperative hypotension, which you said.
That was last year's topic. Desiree.
Sorry, I know. Well, I think we're still on there a little bit. I think we're trying to figure out where we're going to go to next on that. So that'll be good. One of the topics that I know we have not actually discussed much here on Top Med Talk with you, we have had several discussions about it, is neuromuscular blockade and the monitoring of that. And I know that's something that you have spoken a lot about, and you were on the published guidelines that just came out this year from the ASA, Practice Guidelines for Monitoring and Antagonism of Neuromuscular Blockade, a report by the ASA Task Force. And so I thought it would be good for us to kind of walk through that just a little bit and talk about neuromuscular monitoring and what's actually happening in the OR right now. Because I think what the guidelines say and what's happening, there may be a little bit of a difference. I don't know. That just could be me.
Oh, no, very much. Yeah, so this was, I'm still not exactly sure how I got pulled into that guideline process. Friends in the wrong place.
Exactly.
But it was that was actually a very good ASA guideline and sort of perfect. Because we had the advantage of a great body of very strong scientific evidence about the risks of residual neuromuscular blockade and the value of monitoring and reversal strategies. So there's a lot been published on it, and I don't know how many thousand papers we reviewed as part of the guideline, but the evidence base is very solid. And at the same time, the application of that evidence base was essentially zero.
Yeah. A big gap in the knowledge versus doing kind of thing.
Yes. So we got to publish a guideline with a very strong recommendation that absolutely nobody in the country is following at this moment.
Oh, no.
And so for a quality improvement guy, this is a wonderful implementation project. And now we are getting into the implementation side of what do we do?
Yeah.
How do we reconcile this?
Yeah.
So.
Well, let's walk it back and talk about what the actual problem that this is addressing, because as team anesthesia, we take care of our patients. We drop them off in PACU, and and see you later.
Yes.
So you may, as an anesthesiologist, stick around for a little while. As a nurse anesthetist or an AA, you may drop them off and go to your very next case and never see that patient again. And so, do we think that there's actually a problem with what you were highlighting in this as retained, residual neuromuscular blockade?
Yes, absolutely. So again, very good science that, first of all, that you have a high incidence of residual blockade. If you manage your neuromuscular blockade in the normal fashion, you give some rocuronium. Every so often the surgeon barks at you, you give some more rocuronium, or the patient starts breathing, and you pile it on, and then at the end of the case, we reverse it somehow and send the patient to the PACU, and as long as we got the endotracheal tube out, we're done.
Pretty. Yep.
Right. So it turns out there's a substantial incidence. Again, first piece of evidence, if you go and measure those people in the PACU as they hit there are a substantial number, and it's 10 to 30%, depending on what you read, that are still weak and measurably weak. And then the next step, which is, and those weak people do worse. And they have a higher incidence of aspiration, they have a higher incidence of pneumonia, subsequent pulmonary complications down the road, and, and a small incidence of needing to be reintubated, which is the only part we ever see.
Right.
They also, it turns out, and this is something I can measure, have a lower patient satisfaction. And
would imagine.
The patients don't like being weak either.
Yeah.
So they're less happy about their anesthetics. So, as I say, very good evidence base. This is bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Guy, from an international perspective, and Mike too, is this something that you guys are dealing with?
Yeah, this is a journey we've travelled for a while. So I remember our College Safety and Quality Committee meeting look at our guidelines a few years back, and there was a huge debate about whether we should, and should is the right word, recommend that they should be used if you're planning to reverse and extubate. And there was great debate about that, and in particular some people were concerned that there won't be the resources to have the monitors. But we felt, we're not going to get the traction towards that funding unless we do it. So we said should, but equally the gap between that and what I see in our operating rooms is enormous. And, we have quantitative monitoring in every operating room in my hospital, used maybe 10% of the time if you're lucky.
Interesting.
To the point that an implementation, what we've been discussing lately is, and what I do in my private practice is my anesthesia nurse puts it on for me. In the same way that the EKG, the oximeter, the blood pressure, we wouldn't start a case without it. Do I put it on? No, they put it on. So we're going to try and get the people who are actually incredibly reliable, which is our anesthesia nurses or techs, depending on where you are, and make that part of what, they standard practice is, because we're not very good at standard practice very often. So it's a journey where we're travelling and we're not, at the other side yet.
Yeah. And Mike, similar?
Far from perfect. We usually have the kit available, but the level of use is highly variable. Yeah. So it depends on individual practitioners and institutional culture.
Yeah. So we have residual blockade. Patients don't like it. It's not good for them. It's not good for the system. Costly, all the things. The guidelines and what Mike and Guy were referring to is that now specifies that we should be monitoring.
Yeah, that if we're using
patients.
non-depolarizing blocking drugs, we should have quantitative monitoring. And this is a high-grade recommendation that will become a standard of care in the U.S. I shouldn't use that word here in the ASA's halls.
Right.
But it will become a standard of care, and it should.
Yeah.
I mean, I am a smarter doctor with quantitative monitoring, and having used it myself and gotten my hands on it, it helps.
Yeah. Not just the little Twitch monitor that everyone uses. That's not
Correct.
as useful.
Not effective. And there are, I think, 8 specific recommendations in the document. The most important one being you should use quantitative monitoring. You should confirm that the patient is fully recovered before you extubate them, which is train to 4 ratio over 90 in very round numbers. And how do we get from that to actually doing it every day in the operating room is, as I say, that's the big challenge. Right.
Well, I guess let's talk about technology at this point, because, I mean, in my ORs, we don't even have the monitors. I mean, Guy, I know you said you have them everywhere. We don't have them in my ORs.
So you may feel bad about where y'all are, but that's a step ahead of where we are in America. We're in private practice world. They don't exist.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And most of our graduating residents have seen it.
Yeah.
And what they have seen is largely the clunky old accelerometers or mechano monitors that you can't tuck the arms. They're very finicky. They need to be calibrated. You have to get a baseline. And this is just too much work, as you were implying. This is just too much. And people won't do that for the perceived benefit. What we're now looking out at is a whole exhibitors hall full of better monitors now with a much better form factor, a single sticker, slap it on, plug it in, you get a number from 0 to 100. This is very easy to think about and manage.
Yeah. And that's being included on a lot of new anesthesia machines, correct?
It should be. I don't honestly know.
Yeah.
I haven't bought new anesthesia machines in a while, but yes.
It's being integrated, I think, into a lot of the platforms.
And it needs to be. It needs to become part of our standard of care and just be everywhere as it is for you guys. And I think as it gets easier to use, it will be more commonly used. I mean, that's
Well, as a quality guru, you're also a change management guru. So you are.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you've had to do this a lot and roll these types of things out. And I mean, as we've all said, it's hard. Adoption of this is hard. It's a newer technology. It's not complicated to use. It's pretty easy. Where do you think, how do we roll this out and get adoption of this? I mean, once we get technology in our hands, then what do we do next?
Yeah, so I told you I'm back, running a small hospital. So I'm the perfect guinea pig.
Yeah.
Right? I want this at my hospital. How do I make that happen?
Yeah, exactly.
So the stepwise path, I find a local champion. So one of my CRNAs, I said, you're going to be our expert on quantitative neuromuscular blockade monitoring. Call these 5 vendors, get demos in. Any of them who want to come here and bring their box and a bunch of disposables and do a bunch of cases with us, let's do that. That's the first step. Mm-hmm. That'll get everybody a little comfortable with it. They'll start to see how it works. They will, as I have experience, that's pretty easy, right? I get, 90 out of 100. That's kind of straightforward.
I understand that.
And they'll be able to see the other benefits. So the better titration of the medicine during the case, the cleaner wake up at the end of the case. Mm-hmm. They'll start to sense that. Mm-hmm. And then I'll go fight the battle with the hospital about getting the technology. It's not that expensive.
Yeah.
And particularly the advantage is we do have 5 different vendors.
Yeah.
Right. So we will get the technology, we'll get the disposable, we'll start using it. And again, I'll pick a particular project. We'll pick colorectal surgery or joint replacement or something. We'll start on a single focus service line. We'll build it into the protocol for that kind of patient, and it will become routine.
Yeah. So as a clinician and a person that drives quality at my facility and that of a lot, it's hard to go to the C-suite to ask for more money right now. Even if it's not very much, it still is hard. So value proposition of this, I think we've had previous discussions about how you get in front of a PT committee or a capital committee or something like that to really make the case. What is the case for this?
I don't know how this plays in Australia or England, but one of the advantages we have is that I'm getting daily flack from my hospital administrators about the cost of Sugamidex.
Oh.
So I can say, look, You want to use less Sugamidex? Here's a way. If we did this, if we were using this technology every case, every day, 20% of our patients wouldn't need reversal. And we'd be able to not reverse them confidently that they're going to be fine, right? Because we have a number, right?
Yeah.
And reducing that much Sugamidex use will completely pay for this. So it's different budgets in my hospital, so there still has to be some. I got to get the money out of the pharmacy bucket and into the OR bucket, but effectively that'll make this argument a little easier.
But pharmacy would be happy.
Yes.
And if pharmacy's happy, it's like if mama ain't happy, everybody else can be happy.
You hope that there's some bright enough light there in hospital administration to recognize that making pharmacy happy is worth spending a little money in the OR,
Yeah. So the guidelines, when they came out, we know now that this is what we're supposed to be doing. What were some of the other things that it talked about? It talked about neuromuscular blockade monitoring. It talked about Sugamidex use.
Yeah, so monitor and use that to guide extubation. Use the wrist, not the eyeball.
That's right. That was
so that's an important one.
Laid out
and
there.
As we reviewed all the literature, monitoring the orbicularis oculi, or whatever muscle you actually happen to get, which is not clean,
very
is essentially worthless.
Yeah. So it's always at the
so wrist, or you can do the adductor in the leg or the posterior tibial nerve in the leg as well. Those are all pretty consistent, and that's where all the literature, the sound literature is. So that's a minor recommendation for the nerds in the audience.
Yeah.
And
that makes a difference. Part of that change management.
And then the other big one has to do with reversal. So any block that's more than mild.
Mm-hmm.
So if your train of 4 ratio is under 80, which it usually is, you should be using Sugamidex and not neostigmine. And that's the other big recommendation in the thing. And that's several different lines, but that's what it boils down to.
And the information that we gather from the objective monitor is really what we have to use. I mean, that's
Correct.
not, you can't just use the twitch monitor that we've always used and said, oh, that looks like a mild block.
Yeah, it's not stated as a specific line item, but throughout the whole document, it's very clear that the traditional way of doing it is worthless.
Yeah, and that does not work to guide reversal.
The human eyeball and feeling the patient's thumb, you cannot discriminate any level of block above 40, and so it doesn't help.
Yeah. How does that resonate? How does all this resonate with you guys?
It's interesting. So having helped define the guidelines, I felt I better practice what I preach. So that would be helpful. So I did that, and it wasn't interesting. It wasn't so much about the reversal, which is relevant, but it was also about, as you mentioned, during the case. And I realized how badly I was practicing my neuromuscular
waiting for the
blockade.
surgeon to say, I need more relaxation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not perfect because the diaphragm's sort of pretty resistant, but, and of course with laparoscopic surgery, they can see every little bits and pieces. But that aside, I realized I was far from perfect in using it during the case. And I felt I was giving better anesthesia.
Yeah.
In that phase. And I can't prove that. It's hard to measure. But I realized that what I was doing wasn't logical. So it did lead to a change in practice. But I do have to, and certainly in my private practice, I mean, my regular kind of anesthesia nurse will be the one that puts it on and reminds me, which is really good because I'm just generally unreliable, as you know. But,
oh, that's not true. You've been extremely reliable for Top Men Talk.
So, it's kind of, the guideline was for one reason, but funnily enough, it had a different sort of impact. At least that's what I sense, and both being positive.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But we have had a couple of cases. I mean, now I practice more and more kind of post-operative care.
Yeah,
So, we pick up a lot of patients in the recovery room and manage them from there on in. And we've had 2 or 3 very dramatic cases of weakness, completely unnoticed. I mean, really serious weakness, really unnoticed, and probably should have been, if you look at the dose regimen provided, wouldn't be a surprise. But, renal impairment, laparoscopic surgery with the creatinine clearance decimated during positive pressure in the abdomen and so on. Everything's kind of changing and getting a bit more unreliable, but some really quite profound ones and unrecognised by the clinicians, even sort of when called. But those of us who've been around the block a few times can see it. So, I think the need is there. I think you're absolutely right. I think compliance is the key, and what we need to do that talking carrots and sticks. How do we do that best? But yeah, we've got the gear, but to not use it is I think a shame, and I think that it comes at a cost.
Yeah. Well, and we've again talked a lot about using different technology and software and all these different things to really help standardize practice, because I mean it's the variation. It's those people that don't recognize that their patient's weak, or that they're not reversed well. I mean, we have a lot of younger people coming into the field that have not seen that. Like, we recognize that very easily. I can see someone struggling a little bit, but maybe someone who's not been doing this for a while, they don't.
Yeah, and I think the answer to this one, and some of this is epiphany from this weekend.
Oh, yeah,
just
really?
being around. But I think the answer to this one is going to be to make it the easy and expected thing to do.
Right.
So it's just routine for every case like this. The same way you
put
put
the EKG pads, like you said. Yep.
We put this on. Easiest possible technology. So form factor really matters. And just make it an expectation in the next generation of anesthesiologists that this is part of delivering general anesthesia, and it will always be there. And so, I mean, anytime you're trying to change, you want what you're trying to change to be the easiest way to do it. And the more we can set it up that way, the better we're going to do. And the epiphany is we have a lot of problems right now. But not just on the downside, on the upside, we have enormous opportunities to give better patient care.
Yeah,
right? Medicine is advancing very rapidly right now. And we have an issue. So the change management business in general has an issue with, call it headspace in our clinicians' brains, right? Which problems, it's not so much having the burning platform, it's which platform is burning more.
The worst,
that I need to address. And that's the problem. So am I focusing on intraoperative hypotension today, or on neuromuscular blockade reversal, or on just having enough people in my OR, right, and the care ratios and everything else. And
Maslow's hierarchy kind of comes into this too.
Correct, exactly. And so that's the biggest problem right now is our clinic. You can call it kind of manifests as burnout, right? There's too many problems to solve, and how do I decide which one is the most
I can't deal with all this other stuff. I got to show up.
Everybody likes progress. Nobody likes change.
Yeah, absolutely.
So making it, from my point of view, if I want to get this one implemented, I am really focusing hard on making it routine. You don't have to think about this. It's not taking up extra headspace. It's just how we do it.
Yeah, that's great. One of the questions I wanted to say, we have, like I said, worked together in IOH and work on some other projects. And I know we've had lots of discussion about kind of what the future of anesthesia care looks like, and bringing technology in, not to replace us, but to kind of create our tools and make them work together. True. So like we have blood pressure monitoring, we have processed EEG and depth of anesthesia monitoring. Now we have this. Can you see all this kind of coming together to
that observation remains 100%. And every year we get a little closer to it. Dr. Mukherjee's talk yesterday, the plenary for the meeting, augmented intelligence is the term he used. So not AI, but augmented intelligence. How do we make the doctor smarter? And the huge opportunity we have as technologists in the OR is to have all our technology talking to itself and synthesizing thinking for us.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they interact. I mean, there's been a lot of sort of talk around the relationship between neuromuscular blockade and processed EEG as well.
Exactly.
And at the extremes, it's weird. In normal circumstances, I'm not sure it's a big factor, but you can sort of see it. But that probably speaks to that point. They're not isolated monitors, actually, because they are slightly dependent on each other.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about, before we wrap here, I think you just touched on it, like how to make our anesthesia clinicians, those who are taking care of patients every day, smarter, and how do we integrate this technology? Because that is, it's similar to what we've been talking about, but it's really taking it to the next level.
Yeah, and right now the concept of machine learning or AI in our monitors is very scary to a lot of people, including our FDA on the regulatory side. But in fact, it just needs to be and will be completely baked in and invisible to us, right? So And when I started in medicine, if I wanted a hematocrit, I went to the lab and put blood in a centrifuge and spun it and looked at the hematocrit, right? And now I don't do that anymore. And when I was a kid and you stepped on the brake pedal, there was a mechanical connection to the wheels of your car that made it stop. And that hasn't been true for 20 years now. When I step on the brakes, a computer decides how much brake force to apply to the wheels of my car, right? So it's all...
Or if you don't step on the brake, it actually stops the car for you.
And today it stops the car anyway, whether I step on the brake or not. Mm-hmm. Exactly right. So this will become normal background in the OR as our monitors talking to each other and giving you a synthesized opinion about anesthetic depth and fluid status and risk factors for lots of different things. State of blockade will be part of that, and making specific recommendations to me.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe the generation after that, it'll give the rocuronium.
I was just to say, it'll be a closed loop or actually an open loop system that it says this is what your train of 4 is and this is the amount of reversal that you need to give. Or you need to keep your patient at this level of block. And so then at the end, we'll reverse it for you.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just tell it, keep the person relaxed.
Yeah. And then we're done. So
I won't even have to say that because it'll be looking at the feed from the laparoscope, and when the camera comes out, it will reverse the patient on its own. Right? Why should I have to make that decision? That one's easy.
So I will be able to read the newspaper during the case then?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll set it up so it's read to you.
Listen. But what it will not know is who is actually having to close and what layers they're closing.
Correct.
So
we
no
have a
way.
student in the OR today. Right. So maybe the system we want is it reads the RFID tag of everybody coming into the operating room, and if there's a student standing within 1 foot of the incision,
it
gives the reversal later than if it's
my gosh.
Only see, you can play this game for a long time.
You can play this game for a long time. I know, but I don't think that's anytime soon that any of us are going to be replaced to be given anesthesia. So. Well, Rick, I feel like there's so many topics I would love to be able to talk to you about today. I know we've the IOH project. I know I keep coming back to that and talking about that, but I think it's something we put a lot of work into this last year and talking about where we want to go in the future with that. Where do you see that really moving, and where do you think we can go next on that?
Yeah, so better connection of processed outcomes.
Yeah.
So the presence of IOH and then who gets kidney failure.
Yeah.
Because it's not everybody, obviously, and it probably is a more selected population that is at the highest risk. So getting that connection better built. And then mitigation.
Yeah.
Right? That's nice to know, and that'll be important for some parts of the project. But on the other hand, who cares?
Yeah.
We know intraoperative hypotension is bad. Let's just fix it. And that's the implementation side of it. So it's the same change management of how do we recognize the problem earlier. There are technology solutions, as I know you've been talking about, and how do we get people to react to it in the right way?
Yeah.
So.
One of the questions I'm dying to ask you, do you think we need to reframe this instead of saying IOH or intraoperative hypotension is bad? Because now we know that some people are trying to fix it. The MPOG paper came out with Choi talking about they didn't have much IOH, but then they reduced IOH, but they actually ended up having more AKI after. Is it more of hemodynamic instability, you think?
I don't know quite what the right term is. Having been a resuscitationist longer than just about anything else, the combination of flow, microvascular circulation, where is the blood actually going? Because you can have very good flow but no perfusion at the tissue level. And getting the right balance of pressors, anesthetic agent, and volume.
Yeah.
Which is the art of what we do every day in the OR, is trying to juggle that. I think there's enormous possibility for machine learning, AI, to help us know that. And the MPOG paper, we fixed IOH by giving a lot of pressers. Oops,
maybe not the right approach.
That wasn't right either.
Unintended consequences.
Yeah, at the end, that's what I actually was titling. What our conversation was going to be: the unintended consequences of what we do and how we do it.
The law of unintended consequences has not been repealed.
Yeah.
And we were talking about this last year, I think, when I was over. I mean, we're doing a sort of straw poll across various continents, and anesthesiologists seem to be very scared of fluids. Very keen on vasopressors.
Yes. The pendulum's way over there on the dry side right now.
It's really swung, and it's hard to know what to do because you can kind of dial a blood pressure with a vasopressor. But you do see some serious mismatches between what's on the floor and kind of what's been put in, which you can patch up. So the numbers look good. So I guess to your words, Desiree, is it hypotential? What is the thing that describes what we're talking about? So it seems to be a trend. It's not ideal, and just protecting your blood pressure doesn't seem to always do it. But again, it can be a bit tricky in the operating room to know exactly where you are.
Well, I have to reflect. Rick, we do these POCIs, the Perioperative Quality Initiative. And we did a refresh in London of blood pressure, fluids, goal-directed therapy. And as an experiment for the first time, so excuse my voice, I think
I've been talking too much.
But as an experiment for the first time, we road tested the outputs of what is a relatively small, so 20, 30 person expert consensus group on an audience of 350, 400 people. And they voted, and in the vast majority of cases, we were 90% plus support for whatever the recommendation was. And there were a couple, but the really standout recommendation, which didn't get widespread support, was the one with arguably the greatest evidential support in the form of Paul Miles's relief study, which is give roughly how much fluid do you give. Lots of disagreement.
Yeah. The only one, actually, it was just really the only one, maybe one or two, that there was not unanimous. And it was just crazy.
Other things with no evidence, absolute support.
100%. People said yes, they agree.
Really interesting.
Yeah, well, having been around for a while, the pendulum, we're at a very dry swing of the pendulum right at the moment in a lot of the popular mindset, but that's just as wrong as the wet end of the pendulum.
And I think enhanced recovery, great as it's been in many, many ways, enhanced recovery has driven that in part.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, we've banged on a lot about this, but we talked to Henrik Collette actually 5 years ago here at the meeting and asked specifically this question. He's like, I never said anything about fluid restriction. He's like, avoid fluid overload. He goes, that's what I said.
Exactly.
He said, we did not say restrict. But we did a wonderful conversation with Brigitte Brandstrup at EBPOM last year, because really that terminology of restriction, that's when it really started to creep in. And she's like, that is not at all what I meant. I did not mean. And so I think it's just been over the years, people say, let's just fluid restrict, and that's what goal-directed therapy is. And, there's been a real mismatch of what it really is and what people think it is.
Yeah, if you want my wild speculation on that, so the pendulum will come back to the Goldilocks right amount of fluid, which will then let us get to the next important question, which is what fluid?
And
again, having resuscitated trauma patients, we figured out eventually that blood was the right fluid. For a lot of our OR patients, I'm not sure we know what the right fluid is, and it probably isn't normal saline. And some of the evils we attribute to fluid overload are as actually probably normal saline poisoning in some way. So whether we need a better isotonic crystalloid or whether we should be using some non-coagulogenic plasma variant or that does a good job of preserving the glycocalyx and perfusion and all, I don't know, but I think there's a bunch of work that will happen there eventually.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I'm teeing up our next conversation, or not next, I think our conversation is going to be at 3:15 today. Louise Sun, Dan Cole, Mike Scott, talking about an initiative through the Anesthesia Patient Safety Foundation, or work that they have done around intraoperative hypotension, hemodynamics. Mike, you actually were part of that as well, correct?
I was, yeah.
Yeah.
Meeting in Philadelphia towards the end of last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Rick, were you there too?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we're teeing up this conversation because we're going to talk a little bit about some of those recommendations and thoughts that came out of that group. So we'll save that for that group. Thank you so much. I hope you had a good time here in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, always fun.
Yeah,
it's always good to visit with all my friends and do this.
Yeah,
I love it. Keep inviting me.
You will, and you've avoided the jeopardy because there's no way people online would know this, but we have pigeons flying by overhead
really?
Inside this ASA building, and I'm just waiting for one of them to.
I've always heard it's good luck.
Thank you. I'll be leaving now.
Well, thanks again. Great conversation. You can all find all of our conversations that we've done here at the ASA and in previous anesthesiology meetings at topmedtalk.com.
You can see the rest of the schedule for the rest of today and tomorrow is on there as well. The live stream will take you out to that. We are on X, which formerly known as Twitter, in case you haven't heard. LinkedIn, Facebook, we're there. Follow us. Give us a thumbs up whenever you see one of our videos. We always appreciate that. Again, a huge shout out. Thank you to the ASA for supporting us to be here this year. We could not do it without you. It's a beautiful booth, beautiful setting, wonderful guests here in San Francisco. It's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you, thank you. And of course, thank you to our sponsors that have been there for us over the years, especially GE Healthcare. We couldn't do it without you. Medtronic and one of our founding sponsors, Edwards Life Sciences. Cheers. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Well, hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023. It's the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists in San Francisco. Day 2, Top Med Talk is here in the exhibit hall. It has been a phenomenal 2 days. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host, co-host of Top Med Talk, co-editor-in-chief. Joining us today are my co-hosts, our former co-editor-in-chief, Monty Wythen. That's hard to say.
You're stumbling now because I just stepped down and therefore you're trying to adapt.
I am trying to adapt. World. It's hard.
Well done, Desiree.
Yeah.
It's good to be back in the seat for a while.
It is. Yeah, you're. We've missed you, but it's been great because we have named a new co-editor-in-chief of Top Med Talk, Mike Grocott.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you. So he should be the editor-in-chief emeritus.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Emeritus
I think we got it. A great meeting so far, guys.
Really good. Lots of great conversations. Lots of buzz in the air, as you've said. Everybody says AI. I don't know what it means. But everybody says it.
That's right. That's right. Well, we have had some great conversations with phenomenal leaders in anesthesia in our space, and really enriching conversation, inspiring conversations. And so if you've missed any of those, you can find that at topmedtalk.com. We'll talk a little bit more at the end about where to get all of our content, but that's a good place to start. I am excited about introducing our next guest, who I've really wanted to have on the podcast for a while now. Just got you this year. We have Dr. Elizabeth Rebello. Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us.
It's my pleasure, Desiree. It's an honor to be here and talk to you all today.
Well, we met in person, and like I said, I've kind of been following you for a while secretly, and love the work that you've been doing. And so really excited that you were able to take the time out during, I know, a very busy meeting for you. You are involved in so many things. So for our listeners, tell us a little bit more about yourself and your background.
Absolutely. So I was actually a pharmacist before I went to medical school, and then went to medical school. And of course, being a pharmacist, the idea of being an anesthesiologist was just fascinating to me because we actually got to see the medications immediately, right, in the operating room. Loved procedures. And then so completed residency in anesthesiology, and then was in private practice for a period of time. And now I'm at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. I've been there for 16 years, which I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And you're involved in a lot of things, a lot of the ASA initiatives, committees, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So a couple of different things. Currently, I'm on the annual meeting oversight committee, and then I also chaired the Committee on Professional Diversity a few years ago and was the director of the ASA mentoring program.
Oh, yeah.
Currently, I'm the chair of the Quality Management Department Administration Committee. I was involved in a lot of the work that we had done with USP 797, that 1 hour rule that existed that no longer does anymore. So I was involved in helping those conversations forward to administer medications safely in the operating room.
Yeah, well, just really quickly, because we have a lot of international listeners and people who may not be familiar with the 1 hour rule. Just really quickly, what is that?
So this is something that the ASA has been working with USP since 2008, and they standards. So USP puts out chapters, and any chapter below the number 100 is a mandate that the CMS and Joint Commission surveys against. Anything above is recommendation. So given that 797 is below the number 1,000, it's a mandate. And within that chapter, the chapter stated that medications, once a medication was withdrawn from a vial, it needed to be used within an hour. And so it presented significant issues all over the country. You can imagine, how do you prepare for an emergency, and such. And so, and this is where I think advocating and having representation of anesthesiologists and other anesthesia providers, with these audiences is important so they understand what our workflow is like. Yeah. I think having those conversations and doing this work has allowed for that to change. And then actually the newest recommendations, the chapter was actually revised in November of last year. So it's a big win for the anesthesia community as a whole.
Yeah, so we're not breaking any rules or laws when we leave something that's drawn up for more than an hour, right?
Correct. And now one more little item is that it's up to the institution to have a policy regarding that, and that's what the Joint Commission or other regulatory bodies will be surveying against.
Yeah. All right, Monty, then Mike.
So I think I'm tracking, but what was the motivation?
The motivation of getting this rule changed?
No, for the original rule, for the one
The
out.
USP, U.S. Pharmaceutical, right?
This is the United States Pharmacopoeia that sets standards for all over the world, actually.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And so the motivation was when this chapter was first created in 2004, there were no physicians or involved. And so I think there was not an understanding of what the practice environment was. And so these chapters were written and without input from the providers that are actually taking care of our patients. And so it took this time for this engagement to occur.
Hey, thank you.
and where you've got to is, as long as your institution has a policy that I guess can be specialty specific and context specific, you're okay as long as you comply with that policy.
You have to have the policy, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Good result. Well done.
I know. Congratulations. I'm sure that was probably an uphill battle that you had fought for a while.
And it really, one of my mentors, Dr. Tilheim, actually started this. He was actually a pharmacist as well. And we actually met. He was the president of Texas Society of Anesthesiologists. And he basically mentored me and, kind of handed it over. And I got to do the work. And I was actually on the committee, the only physician on this committee.
Oh, wow.
And so that's kind of how we were able to, navigate this.
Yeah.
So it just shows the power of advocacy and how important it is for us to be anesthesiologists be resident, and have the conversations with the different organizations.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, again, congratulations. So, having your pharmacy background and the work that you've already done, I know you're very passionate about medication safety, and that's something we've talked a little bit on Top Med Talk about, but I would love to hear more, from your perspective, what we as team anesthesia need to be concerned about. I mean, I know I'm also vice president of clinical quality for North Star Anesthesia, and we've put out some recent kind of guidance for our teams around, mislabeling or, making sure you have the right medication that you're pulling out of the drawer and all those things,
Right.
Double checking. But from your perspective, what would you say are the top, things that we need to be concerned about?
So it's a hugely broad topic, and I think anyone that's practiced has either had or known medication error, and there's some that continue to occur. And so, for example, insulin overdoses. And so having 1,000 units in a vial where there are trainees, and such is recipe for error. And so having, that's one area where that insulin could be drawn, in the pharmacy and then brought to the OR for safety's sake. Phenylephrine in a vial. It's 100 times the dose. Yeah. 10% of all medication errors perioperatively are due to phenylephrine overdoses.
That right?
And so one of the ways to mitigate that is the pre-filled syringes. And just for so many different reasons, when you think about the medication administration process, right, it's prescription, preparation, dispensing, administration. And as anesthesiologists, we're in a unique position where we're actually doing all those 4 steps at one time. So having a pre-filled syringe eliminates that whole preparation process. Yeah. And so the argument, of course, is that, well, these are expensive. But when you think of a when you think about a medication error and the cost of a medication error itself, it really mitigates that cost. And it's really safest for our patients and also safest for our providers. Because one thing we don't talk about is when a medication error occurs, there's that whole second victim syndrome as well. And so it's beyond, it's a multifactorial issue. And so something easy to think about in terms of how can we make it more simple in terms of how can we prevent the human error aspect of it? How can we provide constraints that prevent us from, causing a medication error?
Yeah, Mike.
A great safety initiative, and I don't know if you know the answer to this question. We've had a few conversations over the last couple of days about the sustainability angle of things. And do you know if you go the pre-filled syringe route as opposed to vials and syringes, more or less sustainable? What's the environmental impact?
So that's a really interesting question, and it just depends on what we're talking about, because there is the sustainability issue of, sometimes if you think of like ketamine, you end up wasting most of that because you will not give a patient a whole vial of ketamine. When you think of the opioids, you want to actually have the smallest increment available because you don't want to. You worry about diversion. You worry about overdosing a patient. So it's a very multifactorial issue in terms of sustainability. But I would argue that pre-filled syringes, actually, if they're created in the doses that make the most sense, or actually would be more sustainable than the alternative.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that too. Again, being in front of the PT committee quite a bit in my role over the years, it's always trying to create that value proposition and show why this is important. I think you had said, making sure it was patient safety. What are some of the best things that we can take to be, tools in our box and information that we can give to the committees to be able to make the case for this?
So, I think the cost. The cost argument is huge, and then also, if having communication with the quality and safety of the group in your organization, and finding out which medication errors are occurring, right, and looking at it from a systems perspective, and finding out what can we do. So many times it's concentration related. So standardizing concentrations, you don't need to have 7 different concentrations of heparin, right? We all know. I'm sure we've heard about Dennis Quaid's twins. I don't know if you heard the story.
Oh, no, I don't know.
So his newborn twins in 2009 received 1,000 times the dose of heparin twice. So there were 4 medication errors that happened at that time, and
in tandem, they both got it.
They both.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
So that's another reason to advocate for standardizing. So this is something that locally, we all can do. Advocate for prefilled syringes. We can meet with our pharmacy colleagues, on a consistent basis, and work on standardizing concentrations within, not only within the operating room and the NORA space, within the hospital itself, within the health system, to help prevent these types of errors.
You said NORA, non-operating room anesthesia,
which
is where you're, totally, a lot of the times completely away from your hospital pharmacy, all of those resources that you would have otherwise.
Very much so. Very much so.
And it is a definite concern. Well, what are some of the other safety things that we should be thinking about as team anesthetists?
Use generic names. If you only use generic names,
we just had this conversation.
You decrease medication errors by half, right?
Yeah.
And so that's something else that's really important in terms of, and then I think it's really up to all of us. We really are we are the ones that are administering medications to our patients. We are the ones that should advocate for medication safety on so many different angles. And so, the prefilled syringes, sterilizing concentrations, using generic names, and then really advocating to FDA about the lookalike vials.
Oh, it's so terrible.
And so that's
so terrible.
It's a heavy lift. We need everyone's help. The APSF actually has on the website, the lookalike vial website. It's very easy. You take a picture and you just submit it in there, and it just creates a bank of lookalike vials that can be used for educational purposes and also for advocacy purposes.
We've actually, that's one of the things that there's a group of us that I really promote to say, hey, if you ever see this, let's use this resource and send that information in, because it is so important, and it happens all the time. Monty, you had a question.
Well, we refer to it often. Our prescribing in the UK has been generic. Since the last century. Well into the last century, if you see what I mean. I can't. You may have
we grew up with it.
You grew up with only generic. I was just in the transition, so I'm just that little bit older than you. But it's so unusual to us to hear trade names used for. I can understand the motivation from some people to want the trade name to be used, but why so slow to accept that component of it as being mandatory?
I think it's culture.
Okay.
I think it's culture. I think if you're in an environment where that you've heard it used both ways, you just continue to do that. And so it's something that we should really think about. And then another issue is, along with the generic names, when you're withdrawing medication from an automatic dispensing cabinet as well, only have the generic name.
I know.
Have more than one letter. Let's use technology to our advantage.
So my discussion point, sorry to interrupt you, my discussion point is there's obviously a motivation somewhere for some people to want to resist that change.
Right.
But ours is it happened such a long time ago in the UK that Mike, for example, who's not
that old
or young, can only remember it that way. Anyway, we'll drop that point, but it's an interesting observation, because that could be done at a sort of federal level.
Absolutely.
And I'm interested, you're in the USP, the Pharmacopoeia.
Compounding Expert Committee. Yes, I'm a member.
But is the listing generic or by so in your Pharmacopoeia, in your documents, is it generic or is it by trade name?
So it's not really. It's listed by generic name,
it is.
right?
Yeah.
So again, it's culture. It's culture. That's what it comes down to.
And you mentioned whenever we have automatic dispensing devices, there's multiple ones out there, but it's you go up to the machine and say, this is what you want. it gives you exactly what you're looking for. Right. There's still drawers,
right,
that have multiple medications in that drawer, which is still an issue, I think. But is the adoption of those? I mean, what is the adoption of those? Because I'm sure that has helped to prevent errors, especially as team anesthesia. I mean, most of the time we just had a big cart that had everything right there for us.
So the adoption of this is helpful, but now what's happened with drug shortages is you'll have 3 different manufacturers provide vials of ondansetron.
I know.
And so it's important, in your OR to talk to the pharmacist to say only have one. Even if it's fewer vials, have one. Because having 3 different ones is just another way. We're all human, and it's just another way to cause a medication error.
Yeah. It's been a little bit a bit of a challenge to be able to do that. I mean, there's costs associated with that because sometimes it's because they can get it at a better price. And like you said, the shortages have just made it virtually impossible to have the same one in there all the time.
But it's not a matter of not acquiring that product. You can acquire that product, but don't mix it.
That's a good.
Don't mix it in that same little slot in the automatic dispensing cabinet. So if OR2 has made by manufacturer A, and OR10 has a manufacturer by B, that would be okay. That would be better than mixing them all up. And
I know.
And look in the
orange, green, blue, red. Yeah,
exactly.
Absolutely.
So that's something else to consider. Yeah.
Mike,
interested in so one of my things that I struggle with is so we're kind of interested in having peripheral noradrenaline as a pressor because we've got this cultural thing that not to have it because it causes vascular problems, but there seems to be very little data to support that. And the principal objection of my colleagues is that we'd have to run it at a different concentration, which is not unreasonable. I just wonder how many of the errors relate to those sort of the non-standardization of concentrations.
There's actually quite a large number. And then in addition to that, when you think about medications being in an infusion pump and the concentrations there and the pump libraries are not standardized, that problem is huge. So there was like a 5-year period where there were like 56,000 reported issues associated with concentrations, not deaths, but there were some deaths obviously in that. And so there was some work that was actually being done before the pandemic through, it's called Remedy, through the coalition in Indianapolis. But after the pandemic, that whole they actually had some publications. The goal was to try to integrate pump libraries from all over the country and have it standardized. But that work has been sunsetted, so it's really up to us at our institution to make sure that we are involved in those standardizing concentrations. And that's interesting because at MD Anderson we meet twice a month with our pharmacy colleagues. We've gone through this process before, and yet in a non-OR site, there all of a sudden there was a concentration of heparin that wasn't one or the other, and so it's an ongoing activity that team anesthesia needs to be involved with.
Yeah, I know I've been at several institutions where we've gotten the new pumps pre-programmed, the whole thing, and creating those profiles, and it was created for us, the first version. And it's like, that's actually not what we need. Right. So starting that conversation earlier rather than later is really important. Well, I think those are really good take-home messages for us to continue to remember because it is still an issue for us, and we have to be very cognizant and aware and diligent about how we handle medications. So not to switch gears a little bit, still talking about some medications, but so you're also involved with the Anesthesia Patient Safety Foundation as well, correct?
Yes, I'm on the board.
You're on the board, yes. So tell us a little bit more about the work that's being done there. You're going to be hosting or helping to lead next year's meeting, correct?
Yes.
The Stolten Conference?
Yes. So the 2024 Stolten Conference is the 40th anniversary of APSF, wow. And the conference will be in Boston, and the title is Transforming Anesthetic Care and looking at medication errors and opioid safety. And so it's going to be, a really exciting event. On the anesthesia machine side, in 40 years, we made tremendous progress in making anesthesia safer. And our goal is now for the next 40 years to really look at the medication side. In addition to we have, other priorities as well, 10 priorities total. But to really look at this medication side, because medication errors, it was actually, medication errors are, they're still continuing to happen. It's like the number 8 cause of death per some studies. The costs associated with them are significant. So we need to really work on that. And so the APSF has had several conferences in the past, several newsletter articles, but that's something we need to continue to work on. And really the goal is to help us use technology to create more constraints to prevent medication errors from occurring.
So lots of discussion about opioids. I think there was even an APS in the past. There's been a lot of talk about it and a lot of advancements in the last 5 to 8, 10 years. Where would you say that we are right now? What are some of the topics that you're going to be covering at this next meeting?
So, looking at how we can monitor post surgery and do that well with, whether it's wearable devices, looking at alternatives in terms of
preventing respiratory depression and things like that.
Exactly. How do we, how can we take care of our patients in a more safe manner? Exactly.
Yeah. All right. That's fantastic. And, as we're wrapping up here, we could talk for a long time. Mike.
Well, I couldn't help reading your CV, and you've had a significant role in equality, diversity, inclusivity efforts in the ASA. I was just really interested to hear a little bit about that.
Yes. So thank you for asking, actually. So really, when you look at any organization, the goal should be the composition of the leadership should be similar to the membership. And so ASA has really been committed in looking at the composition of our committees and trying to really work towards that, because we know having different voices in the room creates the best product and the best outcomes. So there's really been an effort, with doing that. So yes.
Brilliant.
Thank you for asking.
Great work.
Yeah, that's awesome. And so San Francisco has been a fabulous meeting. Lots of great feedback from all the sessions that we're hearing. People, we unfortunately been working very hard and haven't been able to go to the sessions, but everything we've heard is absolutely fantastic. San Francisco has been a great venue. You're saying that you're actually going to be working on the 2025 meeting. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. So San Francisco's been amazing. We have childcare for the first time.
I know.
Here.
We saw that.
So yes, and that's been really well received and well subscribed. And so yes, and so next year it's going to be in Philadelphia, which is also a very family-friendly city. The idea is for attendees to integrate work and life.
Absolutely.
And then San Antonio, I don't know if you know, is a UNESCO World Heritage site. The missions and the Alamo is actually in the heart of the city. So I think it's going to be an excellent experience. The first time the ASA meeting has been in San Antonio, so we're really, really excited about it.
Yeah, sure. As a Texan,
yes,
this is going to be good.
And I trained in San Antonio as well, medical school residency,
great.
So I'm really, really excited about that.
That is wonderful. Well, Elizabeth, thank you again for what I know is a very busy meeting for you. Just to even grab a little bit of time to sit down here was great.
It's been such a pleasure speaking with all of you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to have you back again soon.
Great,
so.
thank you.
And thank you so much for listening. You can find us at topmedtalk.com. As I said before, all of our content is there through podcasts, so audio. We also have a link to our YouTube channel. It goes out straight to that you can watch some of the videos that we've done over the years. And all the great content from the ASA is there as well, the anesthesiology and the anesthesiology meetings in the past. We wanted to thank the ASA, the American Society of Anesthesiologists, for providing us with this beautiful booth and this space. We couldn't do it without you, and we really could not do this without our sponsors. Edwards Life Sciences, Medtronic, GE, you have been there to support us through all of this to keep Top Med Talk free and open access to the world. So thank you so much. Thanks, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Cheers.
Hello and welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023. It's the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists in San Francisco. Top Med Talk is here in the exhibit hall at the Moscone Center, and it has been a fabulous couple days. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host. I'm joined by my co-host and new co-editor-in-chief of Top Med Talk, Mike Grocott. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Desiree.
How's it going?
Forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been awaiting this one. We've teased this conversation a couple times so far over the last couple days. So I'm going to jump right in. We don't have a ton of time. Everybody's running in different directions really in this afternoon time frame. So our guests today are going to be talking about the recent APSF, I've been talking too much today too, Anesthesia Patient Safety Foundation Conference on Perioperative Hemodynamic Instability and the recent recommendations that they just launched earlier today. So we have our guest, Dr. Daniel Cole. Dan, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here.
Yeah, we were just reminiscing about the last time you had the headsets on. It's been a while.
It's been too long.
Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
I think it was back at the Patient Safety Movement Foundation.
Yeah,
so more patient safety stuff to talk about today, yeah?
A lot to talk about, yeah.
Yeah, all right. And Dr. Louise Sun. Louise, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and Dr. Mike Scott. Mike, he's a fan fave on Top Med Talk for
always
sure.
good to be here.
It is. Well, oh yeah.
I'm one of the reasons I'm looking forward to this is I am told that in your session only a few minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, that they had to close the doors.
Yes, it was standing room only, and they turned about 50 people away, so it was absolutely packed.
So we have the rock stars of the meeting here.
It is, right
I wouldn't
now.
quite say that.
And as we've said earlier today.
Dan Cole is obviously, he's the
the rock star.
Yeah, Freddie
That's
Mercury of the anesthesia world.
Well, we're saying we're hearing it here second, folks. So we didn't get first rights, but we're hearing it second. Just really quickly before we dive into what you guys talked about today, I'd like you just to take a second and tell us a little bit more about yourself, where you're from, your roles at the APSF, and what you've been working on.
So Dan Cole, I'm an anesthesiologist at UCLA. My specialty is neuroanesthesia. And my role at the Anesthesia Patient Safety Foundation is president.
Yeah, you've been running an amazing organization there. Thank you for all the work that you've done, Dan, because I know it's not, it's like a second job, I'm sure.
It's second job.
And Dr. Sun, how about you? Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
So I'm a professor and chief of cardiac anesthesiology at Stanford University. My role with Anesthesia Patient Safety Foundation was as a panel member on the hemodynamic instability group.
Great. And Mike?
Hi, yes, so I'm professor and division chief at the University of Pennsylvania in critical care. I also am newly appointed chair of the Postoperative Deterioration Committee for APSF, along with John Tanner.
Great.
And we co-hosted with Dan the conference in Philadelphia about 9 months ago now.
Yeah, fantastic. We've had lots of great conversations, Mike, with you specifically about hemodynamic instability and intraoperative hypotension and all these different things. So I think this is going to be great to hear what you talked about. Mike, you actually participated in this as well, didn't you?
I was very fortunate, delighted to be invited. There was, I can't remember, there were not many out-of-towners there, or certainly out-of-countries. You had a few international visitors.
Yeah, we did have a few. We were selective with who we had, but we had some of the key people like yourself, Mike, and Olivia, who've published a lot in Europe on hemodynamic instability, just to make sure that we weren't going down a rabbit hole and that this was applicable to all patients around globally, not just in the USA.
Yeah.
Great meeting.
Yeah, and I've heard that. I can't wait to hear kind of what you came up with. Two questions before we get to what you all were talking about. One, how the APSF chooses the topics and why kind of is this particular topic something that you chose this time around to do consensus guidelines around?
So this was a special conference.
Okay.
Every year in September, we hold something called the Stolting Conference, where we pick a patient safety priority and hold a consensus conference. But this was such a big topic, the important topic to the anesthesia practitioners throughout the country and the world, that we actually did this a little uniquely. It was by invitation only, which is a little bit different from a consulting conference. And so we had subject matter experts there, people from all kinds of different organizations, the government, payers, etc., and people from industry to approach this topic of hemodynamic instability and the outcome, the preventable harm that occurs due to hemodynamic instability.
Yeah, and this really is a patient safety issue, right? Do you think patients understand that?
I think probably patients need need to learn a little bit more about the risk to them from hemodynamic stability that occurs way too often.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Mike, if you will, and then Louise, I'll pass it on to you. Talk a little bit about the process for this particular one and how things went, what your broad topics were, and then how you decided on where to go with it. Mike, or Louise, whoever, you can take that.
I can take that one, yeah. So we had a group of experts that did the literature searches who presented to the audience.
Okay.
And then we had a modified Delphi scoring. We had live voting, and we used the disagree, agree, strongly agree method. And this is just to hone the focus of our discussions. Agree means that we're on the right track with this question. Mm-hmm. Strongly agree, and it might need a bit more work. Strongly agree means this is done, take it off the table. And disagree literally means I don't think this is relevant, or I disagree with this concept and it needs further work. So that's how we sort of channeled it live. And then we went into discussion groups, came back, did further basically Delphis using that system to build the landscape, really, because everyone asks, is this a clinical practice paper? It's not a clinical practice paper. This is about how to take a global approach to fixing hemodynamic instability. And the reason is that every day this occurs to us all, doesn't it, in clinical practice? Yeah. And so this isn't a blame thing that we've just got to fix hemodynamic instability. This is how do we fix the system? How do we make it a better safety for the patients and better outcomes? But how do we drive the change at a system level? How do we drive the change at a global level and a bedside level? So there were lots and lots of different stakeholders involved.
Yeah.
From nurses to, as Dan was saying, we had the anaesthesia partners as well as academic partners.
Yeah.
The VA.
Oh, yeah.
Payers. And then we invited industry because we need to guide industry to direct them to give us the tools that we need. Because if you really think of it, even just the two simple things of fixing hemodynamics now, which is a fluid bolus and peripheral norepinephrine, is not really available to us as providers. Mm-hmm. You can't give a rapid enough fluid bolus off a pump at 999 mils an hour.
Yeah.
And I was at the Society of Minnesota meeting doing a talk a couple of weeks ago, and I did a live poll, and only about 20% of people had availability of peripheral norepinephrine in the OR. They have phenylephrine, but they don't have norepinephrine to support SA3/4. So this is a big problem. We haven't even got the basic tools to fix the problem in the OR.
Yeah.
So this is how we wanted to have this paper as a structured paper that will benefit everyone and lead to common purpose to fix. Because if you think peripheral norepinephrine, you've got to get your
there's a lot of people involved to get that going.
Exactly. So this is it's a small problem, but it needs a big fix.
Yeah, yeah. Louise, how was your experience there being on the panel and part of this? And what did you feel like were some of the biggest points of conversation and maybe disagreement or, things that you thought were big conversations?
Yeah, so it was a great experience. Like my colleagues have stated already, we had stakeholders from all areas. I participated as one of the people who generated some of the evidence in the area.
Okay.
So our group had attempted to define critical thresholds and durations of hypotension in association with a number of organ injuries in non-cardiac and cardiac surgery. And, I certainly met a number of clinician scientists who generated evidence in a similar area, as well as on wearables and, AI machine learning algorithms, as well as stakeholders in the industry, who were really much involved in the space. So I think it was great. And what's even more great about the consensus conference was the lack of consensus, which generated a lot of, very good, heated conversations that we carried over even after the event. So, we divided up into a number of writing groups afterwards, up to, I think, about 5 or 6 people per writing group. And even during the writing process,
there was still the debate.
Yeah. And something as simple as, how do you even define hypotension? Took us quite a while to nail down.
Yeah, that's great. I would have assumed that, just being in multiple conversations about this with large groups, it is hard to kind of come to consensus. And I think you mentioned hypotension. It was what started this conversation, and I think those of us who talk a lot about it has really morphed into maybe the hemodynamic instability more than just IOH or intraoperative hypotension. You also explored more of perioperative hemodynamic instability, not necessarily just intraop, is that correct?
Correct, yes. We did both in the OR and the post-op phases of PACU, immediate 24 hours, and then going discharged to the floor. We didn't have the capacity to talk about home discharge, so we kept it to the perioperative in-hospital period.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, again, like I said, I'm sure there was a lot of debate. So was it difficult kind of coming up with what guidelines, how many guidelines, what are we looking at here for what you guys ended up landing on?
Yes, so we came up with 17 high-level recommendations, and they were bunched into current knowledge, preventing hemodynamic instability-related harm across the whole of the perioperative period from OR to PACU to the floor. And then we had a lot of people from MPOG and data collection experts, and as well as NS-QIP was represented, because data to drive the quality change, both to map the problem and then to fix the problem and know we're fixing it is key. And then we had some other approaches. One was about whether we should inform patients, because the rest of the world is starting to inform patients about perioperative complications and their long-term downstream effects. And then finally, we came to the importance of technology, of which there was a huge amount, which we can talk about shortly, and advancing the science around the technology and the data. And the last thing we really ended on, which I think is the most exciting, is launching a national campaign. And this seems to have stirred up a lot of interest.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to how we can construct that with the relevant stakeholders.
Yeah. Dan, your experience participating in this, were you surprised by whenever you started talking about these statements and coming up with this about the debate, or was that something that you kind of knew that was going to happen?
I encourage debate because it's not a black and white issue. There aren't black and white answers. There's some gaps in science.
Yeah.
And so good, healthy debate leads us to a better outcome. And to kind of paraphrase a saying that I've heard before, we strive for excellence, and along the way we might bump into improvement.
That's right.
And so we just wanted to improve. That was the expectation. Not to have something that is going to be enduring for the next 100 years, but let's move the ball forward on this and not just make a whole bunch of assumptions about how these patients should be taken care of.
Yeah, because I'm looking here at the recommendations, and I can see where a lot of these would be tough to land on something. So without further ado, can we talk about a little bit about what you came up with and some of the statements regarding the different topics? Who wants to start? Mike, you want to kick us off here?
Yeah, the hypotension-related harm across all the phases of care is key. And we know about the AR bit already, but we identified that there's a particular time of harm, which is after induction of anesthesia and before the surgery gets going. And then post-operatively, there's definitely seems to be a gap in how we actually monitor perfusion and blood pressure. because we go from this either continuous blood pressure or every 2 to 3 minutes to suddenly going to every 4 to 6 hours, and it misses a lot of the hypotension events. So there's a gap in what we do in clinical practice there, but there's also a gap in actually the monitors that we can use, because ideally we'd have non-invasive continuous blood pressure monitoring. That would be the holy grail really for every single patient.
Yeah.
And then it brought up, Ashish Khanna did a fantastic presentation on transitioning to wearables. In Wake Forest, they've got huge experience where they use wearables on all their patients, collecting heart rate and respiratory rate, temperature, and all those things. And I think they have portable blood pressure as well. And that made us really realise that in other centres where we're working, we're probably a bit behind, aren't we? On what we really could be doing when you look at your Apple Watch now and everything. Other watches are available.
Other watches are available, yes.
So it makes us realise that we've got to embrace technology, and I think COVID has accelerated that. But the question is what is the right technology at the right time, and also what is the triage point where we know that patient is safe to then pass down the perioperative pathway.
Yeah. And Louise, what are some of the recommendations? I know you said you helped develop some of the statements. What were a couple of those that you worked on?
Right. So I'll probably speak specifically to the definition of hypotension.
Yeah, I think that's great.
So, I mean, in a broader sense, the statement is about hemodynamic instability. And hemodynamic instability is a pretty complicated concept that actually involves a number of vital signs all interacting together. But blood pressure seems to be the most commonly used surrogate for describing instability. And blood pressure itself is actually a complex interaction of many things like cardiac output, stroke volume, systemic vascular resistance, viscosity of the blood, and the elastance of the vasculature. So I think, there's been many studies that have been produced to date. I think, with respect to AKI or acute kidney injury, the consensus is that MAP less than 55 is definitely too low.
Yeah.
MAP less than 60 is likely associated with serious harm, whereas MAP less than 65 is perhaps unacceptable as well, relative to end organ injury. And with respect to MINS or myocardial injury after non-cardiac surgery, the evidence is fairly similar with respect to blood pressure targets. Now there's been the POISE-3 trial that came out recently that sort of muddied the water a little bit for us. In that, they compared basically two strategies, right? In one of the factorial designs, they looked at hypertension avoidance and hypotension avoidance. So basically, when it boils down to is MAP of 60 versus MAP of 80 as the target. So they actually didn't find any differences in their primary or secondary endpoints, which included, major vascular complications, MINS, and mortality, a number of other things. So that's why one of our conclusions was that MAP greater than 80, doesn't seem to give us any benefits. But we do recommend keeping MAP above 65.
So you decided on a number and not a range.
Not a range at this point.
I think we recognise that 65 or less is where the signal starts, although that we know in the future we've got to individualise this. It might be some patients are good with 60. Right. It might be others do need 70. Yeah. And there's a lot of discussion on how you set that, whether is it a nocturnal mean variable that we're going to use? Is it something we use the outpatient variable for rather than the inpatient variable? But I think the work for there to validate that's still yet to be done.
Yeah. What were some of the other high-level statements, or some of the bold statements that you came up with, Dan?
Well, I think to layer on to what they said, and then I'll get on to a different one, is that really blood pressure is only a surrogate of what we really care about, which is end organ perfusion and oxygenation. We don't monitor that.
No.
And we do know also that if you're going to use blood pressure as the surrogate, there is a lot of, as Mike said, a lot of interpatient variability on what that number should be. And so we came up with a floor of 65, but then that's to be modified upward as you start to get into other comorbidities such as coronary artery disease, cerebral vascular disease. And how you modify that upward is unknown. We need some more data on that. The other statement I think that comes up is what is the proper intervention?
Yeah.
Right now when the blood pressure falls below a threshold that we're comfortable with, a lot of times the assumption is that is due to vasodilatation, and we give a vasoconstrictor. And I can't tell you how many times I've encountered the clinical scenario where a patient has a high systemic vascular resistance, a low cardiac output, a low stroke volume, and making the assumption that phenylephrine or norepinephrine is a drug of choice would have probably caused harm to that patient. And so we do, as layering on to what Mike and Louise said, we need to have better monitoring so we have better information to make fewer assumptions and more data-driven decisions.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Mike, how does this, which group were you in, and were you part of that conversation?
No, very much part of the conversation. I mean, I recall all the debate in the room at the time about the various issues. I guess what I'm interested in now, having not seen you guys for a little while, what the national campaign, what's that going to look like? I mean, it sounds like it's kicked off very effectively, but what's the shape of that?
Well, I think what I also want to follow up, and Dan and I want to clarify, is fixing the blood pressure isn't the fix for hemodynamic instability.
It's not.
You've got to fix the underlying cause, and what that really means is you've got to optimize cardiac filling and cardiac index first. Not just first,
flow,
but you've got to get flow first
Yeah.
before you press, because if not, you're going to cause a lot of harm. In reality, it might be that you do start a little bit of pressor, and then you start measuring the flow. But the answer is pressors are not the answer to everything. And the other thing is we've gone through this, for me, a dark period, being one of the leaders of ARAS, as you are, Mike, where the surgeons have construed IV fluid restriction as IV intraoperative fluid restriction, which we've never ever said it's post-operative IV fluid restriction.
Yeah.
And in the OR, it's the right amount of fluid at the right time and individualized. So we are worried that if everyone restricts fluid and then starts giving even more vasopressors to fix the blood pressure, we could see even more harm. So it's very important how we educate, and education is one of the key messages that we've had in two of the recommendations. We've got to go back to medical school, got to go back to all our providers, both in the OR but also post-op with the APPs, and we've got to have more flow monitoring.
Yeah.
That's really what we need. We need the tech companies to come in and give us really easy, non-invasive flow monitoring. And the other thing is we need to keep this message that echocardiography, bedside echocardiography, it gives you immediate situational awareness together with flow monitoring of both centrally what's happening to the heart and then what's happening with the peripheral circulation.
And
so it's a multi-pronged.
What you've just said, Mike, it's the second time today we've kind of covered the challenges of ERAS.
Yeah.
And actually the language in the beginning was not about fluid restriction, it was about avoidance of fluid overload.
Yeah, I said we interviewed Henrik Collette here 5 years ago who said that. He said, I never intended for it to be restriction. I said avoid fluid overload. Guys, I'm going to pause this for just 1 second. Dan, I know that you need to get to a very important meeting here in just a second if we have a couple minutes.
Yeah.
But for closing, because I'd like to continue just a little bit further, but we can let you go. What was your big takeaway from the meeting for you? What did you find was one of the biggest revelations and that you were really excited about the most?
Well, so the exciting part, I think, is the national campaign.
Yeah.
And spreading this news, educating, et cetera. And it starts with things like this that get done. It starts with a panel that we just had today that had around, 250 people and several others that got turned away. It starts with our white paper that is going to be published any day detailing these recommendations, and then starting to engage some of the other stakeholders, including patient groups that should be most concerned about this. And again, starting that national campaign and, getting traction with not only the issue, but some of the solutions that need to be achieved in the future.
Yeah. All right. Well, Dan, I'm going to let you, if you want to go ahead and head out, because I know, again, it's a very important meeting. We'll cut his mic off and let you go. But thank you so much for joining us. It was great to chat. Yeah. All right. Fantastic. And we'll continue. I think your stuff's over there. Yeah. Great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Thank you. Yeah. All right, this is great. This is what the beauty of the podcast and what we can do here, because bring people in and out. We trade out all the time. So, we talked about that national campaign. I think that having panels like this are great. You are going to be publishing publishing these statements, or it has been. Where is that right now?
It's been accepted in Anesthesia and Analgesia.
Great.
The special article. It was actually September the 28th. It was accepted, so it should be out literally any day. It's on free download.
Great.
Yeah.
And you said it's not necessary to, it's to guide clinical practice, but not necessarily. This is a little bit higher level.
It's a higher level. I've only recently come into APSF, and what's I've been impressed with Dan Cole as president, but if you look at all the past presidents as well, is how engaging this society is and how effective it is at change management. It's really is going back to the days like with Mike Ramsey and things like that. So that's been very powerful, because they've got all these existing relationships like the American College of Surgeons and all the perioperative nursing groups. And this is the key: is we've got to get everyone in on this.
Yeah.
We've got to educate people of what the problem is, the fact it's better to predict rather than be reactive. And avoid the downstream harm. And then if we also then get everyone on board, then we will change the quality, but also we can start mapping the science a bit more.
Yeah.
If we can collect them. And obviously we're in a new age of live waveforms, AI, analytics. So we're hoping that might really lead to a brighter future. Because one of the things that why Dan and I did the conference is we've been talking about this a long time now, haven't we? And yet we've had all these big papers that have come out which shown we've just still got the same incidence of hypotension. Rick Dutton just published in general anesthesia practice a 29% with your group. 29% interruptive hypotension, with the definition being longer than 15 minutes. Of less than 65. That's total. That isn't always consecutive minutes. But so we're suddenly realizing that we're not doing a great job as team anesthesia, and it's not because none of us want to do that.
I know.
It's because it's a difficult topic.
Yeah.
And then you've got these different physiological situations. There's no doubt that a lot more hypotension happens under ventilation.
Yes.
So we've got all these stressed volume, you've got left-right ventricular uncoupling, intrathoracic pressures, all these things that really haven't been worked through properly yet, but I think we've now at the stage we probably could, because we can collect the continuous data on patients. And then you've got going into the post-op, where often it's just a question that people are just getting fluid shifts and we're not just keeping the tank full enough.
Yeah.
We found certainly in the UK that if you just keep the tank full in the post-operative period with low-dose vasopressors, you could fix it very nicely.
Yeah. Louise, it's not necessarily to guide everyday clinical practice, but I'm sure there's the big takeaways for us who are clinicians who are, in the OR every day trying to figure out, and you said you were trying to really define all of these things. What would you say is the biggest takeaway for, me going back to the OR tomorrow to use this information?
To me, the biggest takeaway is really pressure is not equal to flow. And I think, I think, Mike and Dan have reiterated this several times as well during our talk. So, what I have to say is that there are many factors that dictate flow. Pressure is one of them. But we need to look at individual patients as individualized units. There's ventricular coupling, but there's also things like if a patient has severe restrictive diastolic dysfunction, or if the patient has RV failure at high risk of having RV failure, then their loading conditions will be vastly different than a regular patient with normal heart function. Yeah. And so I think extra monitoring equipment is useful for different patients. Invasive or non-invasive assessments of flow as well as cardiac function are important considerations.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just that, we've all heard hypotension is bad. That's what we've been hearing. But now starting to realize that instead I'm just reaching for the neosynephrine, which is what all of us have, or if you have low dose norepi, but not many of us do, reaching for that and just automatically giving it, thinking about, well, what is the condition? I need to get more information. Maybe I don't have all the technology, but maybe I have some rudimentary things. I can start thinking outside the box and a little bit beyond where we have just traditionally, robotically reached for something to give that. So I think just that particular awareness, I think, is going to be really important going forward.
For sure. And I do have to say that, they're really simple and rudimentary measures of perfusion, such as arterial blood gas, looking at the base deficit on the gas. Lactate will be a later measure of hypoperfusion. And there are also, some clinical assessments that we could do to look at volume status as well, aside from the advanced monitoring.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, that's great. Wonderful work, you guys. Thank you so much for doing this and pulling this together. I think it's going to be really impactful at many different levels to move this conversation and hopefully, start really getting some traction to see if we can, change practice. So congratulations to you all. Anything we can do in Top Med Talk to help continue to promote it, of course, we will. Anything to look forward to in the future? You think there's going to be the second iteration of this maybe in a year or so?
Well, I think this is just the first step of the road, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a little bit like surviving sepsis. We'll get fixing hemodynamic instability 1, and then we'll be able to modify it as people adjust their practice. Just like in surviving sepsis 1, we just threw lots and lots of fluid at people to increase the cardiac index, didn't we? And then we realized that wasn't good, and we then started dobutamine, and then we realized we were getting more mins, so we stopped that, and then we went to norepinephrine. So no doubt we're going to see many reiterations. So
hopefully we got it right the first time.
I hope so. Got a little closer at least. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us on Top Med Talk. It's always such a pleasure. And Louise, it was wonderful to meet you. I'm so glad that you could carve out some time to chat with us. So thank you so much. And thank you for listening to Top Med Talk. You can find us at topmedtalk.com. All of these great conversations from the ASA anesthesiology meetings from the last 5 or 6 years are there. All of our wonderful conversations we've had about intraoperative hypotension and hemodynamics, if you want to learn more, that really, I think, has formed or helped contribute to this conversation, are on there. So check that out. We are on X, formerly known as Twitter. We are on LinkedIn, Facebook. Check us out. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube if you watch any of our videos. We always appreciate that. Again, thank you to the ASA, the American Society of Anesthesiologists, for this beautiful booth, the space in your exhibit hall. We could not do that without you, as well as our sponsors, Medtronic, GE Healthcare, and one of our founding supporters, Edwards Life Sciences. Thanks so much, everybody. Cheers. All right, welcome back to Top Med Talk here at Anesthesiology 2023. It's the annual meeting of the American Society of Anesthesiologists. We're here in San Francisco. It's been a fabulous meeting so far. Top Med Talk is in the exhibit hall. There is a buzz in the air, and it's been very exciting. I'm Desiree Chappell. I'm your host. I'm joined by my co-host and the new co-editor-in-chief of Top Med Talk, Mike Grocott. Hello, Mike.
Hello, Desiree.
Yeah.
And hello, our wonderful panel. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had lots of great conversations throughout the last 2 days. Lots of conversations. Mike and I were just going through that. This is ending day 2, but we're really excited about this particular one. This is a follow-up conversation from Glasgow, the ESAIC, the European Society of Anesthesiology and Intensive Care, where we got to meet the group that is convening for the World Congress of Anesthesiologists 2024 coming up in Singapore in March. And so we're really, really excited to have you guys back to talk more about it, because I know it's starting to form and really come together. So we have Dr. Wayne Morris. Wayne, thank you so much for joining us again.
Welcome, Desiree.
Thank you. And Adrian Gelb, thank you so much.
Lovely to be here.
It is. We had such a great conversation last year. New to the conversation, it's Dr. Tony Jin. Hi, Tony.
Hi.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, for our listeners, if they hadn't had a chance to watch or listen to our previous podcast, tell us a little bit more about yourself, your practice, where you're from, and then we'll dive into the World Federation of Society of Anesthesiologists and WCA.
Great, thank you. So my name's Dr. Wayne Morris, and I'm a specialist anaesthetist or anesthesiologist in Christchurch, New Zealand, the way down in the bottom of the South Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
My current role is president of the World Federation of Societies of Anesthesiologists, WFSA. And just a little bit about WFSA. WFSA's mission is to unite and empower anesthesiologists around the world to improve patient care. And this is a mission that does seem to resonate with anesthesiologists everywhere in the world and with our member societies.
Yeah.
We currently have 134 member societies. So they're national societies or multinational societies. So in fact, we represent anesthesiologists in 145 countries around the world.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And we're quite unique, I think, in that we're very much a global anesthesiology family, and there really aren't many similar other medical organisations like WFSA.
Yeah, that has brought everybody from around the globe together to have, to move that forward. I love that. That's fantastic. Adrian, for our listeners, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
So I'm an anesthesiologist here at the University of California, San Francisco. So this is my hometown.
This is your home base, yeah.
Thrilled to have you here. And a pleasant change not having to travel a long distance to the convention.
Yeah.
As some people may note from my accent, I grew up and trained in South Africa, so I have some African origin. I lived and worked in the UK for many years, and then spent probably the majority of my clinical life in Canada before moving to San Francisco.
Oh, that's right.
So a globalist.
You are a true globalist.
in real terms.
Yeah, that's great. Well, yeah, we all love the fact if you get to stay close to home. So we are all not complaining; it's the wrong word. But coming from the East Coast over the West Coast, is a little bit hard. But it's nice to be in your hometown for sure. Well, and Dr. Jin, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
I suppose I'm actually retired now. I retired 3 years ago. But I'm originally from New Zealand. Wayne was my registrar many years ago. And
he did mention, I know.
Tony was a very scary professor at times.
So I worked in New Zealand, then the UK, and then Hong Kong. And in Hong Kong, I was professor and chairman of the Department of Anesthesia and Intensive Care for the Chinese University of Hong Kong. And I was also scientific convener for the World Congress and was held in Hong Kong in 2016.
Yeah, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
So and then last year was the Prague, or not last year, 4 years ago was the Prague meeting that actually was virtual, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And so I suppose because of some experience I had with a in-person meeting, I've been brought along by Wayne to help with this WCA. I'm now one of the co-chairs of the scientific program.
Wow, fantastic. Well, we talked a little bit about WFSA, And the World Congress of Anesthesiologists that's their meeting, right? That is their unique big meeting that brings everyone from around the world together.
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
So WFSA and the host society, in this case Singapore, are co-hosting this meeting. And there are lots of international meetings on the anesthesia calendar, but I don't think there's any other meeting like the World Congress that truly is a global meeting. And one thing supporting that is that we will have speakers from 75 countries around the world.
Wow.
Overall, there's about 500 speakers, but it's amazing to have such a breadth of speakers, and those speakers are coming from all regions of the world, from high-income countries, middle-income countries, and also countries with fewer resources, the lower-income countries.
Yeah.
It's a sort of meeting where you go along and you see people from all around the world, and it's a special feeling, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, that's great. So I'm sure it's a challenge to get everyone there, especially from under-resourced countries. But I remember from our previous conversation, it's still really important that that WFSA and WCA really want to bring those people to it. Is that something that how does that work for you guys?
Well, it is challenging.
Yeah.
It's expensive travel at the moment in our world, in this post-COVID world.
It is, yeah.
We have some incredible sponsors who are helping us to bring mainly some younger anesthesiologists to the meetings. So they will be presenting abstracts, and they will be involved in the meeting in other ways. There will be also the option for virtual attendance, which we are starting to see an increase in registration for now.
Great, that's fantastic. Well, Adrian, tell us a little bit about what you're most excited about. I mean, I've heard just a little bit of some teasers, and it sounds like it's going to be fantastic.
And Wayne, I think, has led into what really excites me most is the opportunity to meet people from so many countries at one meeting.
Yeah.
And not just speakers from 70 countries, but we're expecting attendees from 100 to 120 different countries. So it is an opportunity to meet people from different practices, similar practices, opportunity to make new friends, to discuss things that we have in common, and to learn from each other. And then there's some parts of the program that I am really excited about. Two of the most exciting things, in my opinion, are we've asked 4 CEOs from major technology equipment companies to do a panel on their vision for anesthesia technology in 2040. What do their companies envision the pathway? What is the technology we'll be using in the next 5 to 10 years? So I think that is going to be absolutely riveting. And I think it'll be the sort of opportunity where people at that event, when that technology arrives in their operating room, they will say, I was there when the CEO of that company told us this was on the books and coming to us. I was ahead of you, colleague, because I went to the World Congress of Anesthesiology.
I heard it there first.
Exactly. I heard it there first. And I think that's going to be really exciting. And then the other exciting special session is the Harold Griffith Lecture. That's an eponymous, a named lecture in honor of Harold Griffith, one of the founders of the organization. And there will be 2 incredible speakers speaking about different aspects, but overlapping aspects of anesthetic practice that both touch on personal experience, patient experience, and a broader picture on patient safety. And I think that is going to be really exciting, bringing those aspects, the personal, together with a broader, more global view. So I'm really excited, and that's the Monday and the Tuesday of the meeting.
That's great. Well, we'll make sure we date and time check this before we close our conversation today, so that everyone knows when it is. So Wayne, you had said there's over 500 speakers here coming to the meeting. Tony, as a convener, as someone who's head of the scientific program, that's a lot to work through and bring together. But talk to us a little bit about some of the other things that we'll hear some of these speakers be talking about.
I suppose we've always wanted it to be a premier scientific program so that people can come and get the best. Most anesthesiology residents, even specialists, they have a sort of primary subspecialty interest, and often they may have two. And what we have organised is the program into 16, 17 different tracks according to specialties, obstetrics, paediatrics, critical care, so that people can come and get 2 days of really intense, excellent presentations in their area, and then they can be surprised pleasantly by some gems they find in the other talks. For example, we're very pleased to have expert speakers like Mike Grocott.
You say the nicest thing.
I was wanting to bring Mike into the conversation. I think that's a good way.
Monty Mython also leading the pre-op discussion.
You didn't get where you are without flattering people. But I think what you're saying, my recollection of the meeting that you organised in Hong Kong is there's just this extraordinary menu of opportunity. And whilst you might tend to go with, I was into the perioperative medicine track, but there's some real gems scattered through the program elsewhere.
Yes, so there'll be 9 concurrent sessions for lectures, and then there'll be another 6 or 7 rooms for workshops and problem-based learning discussions.
Great.
We're also going to have probably about 1,000 abstracts, so that we're very supportive of people trying to present their best research at the WCA, and these come from all over the world. We actually make a point of trying to encourage people from low-resource countries, novice researchers, to present their work and essentially meet many of the big names in their specialty, which I hope will be a memorable experience for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd just like to thank you sincerely for not asking me to be an abstract reviewer of 1,000 abstracts.
I'm kidding. Oh, my goodness.
That's a tough job for somebody.
Desiree, I just wanted to add another facet of the meeting that is potentially exciting. Within that opportunity to meet colleagues is also the opportunity to convene consensus groups.
Oh, yes.
To use the meeting as a global convening opportunity. So if one has an interest in a particular area, you want to bring together people to talk about education pathways or curriculum structure or technology or policy, the World Congress is a great place to plan those as sort of satellites out of the meeting, use the expertise of the people there without actually having to convene your own meeting. So use it as the fodder, if you will, to create your own little side meeting on a focus group.
Yeah, that's a great idea. And the opportunities that provides is huge. I also love what you talked about, the networking opportunities, and for those who are in under-resourced countries and places, that they can come and maybe get support that they never knew existed because someone read their abstract. I think something like that those are really fantastic.
And related is the opportunity to find mentors.
Yeah, that's true.
So that applies not just to people from low resource settings, but people from middle income, high income.
Yeah.
And it creates a forum where you could say, gee, I wish Tony Jin would be my mentor. But how do I connect with Tony or Mike or Wayne? You come to the World Congress.
That's right.
And you have an opportunity within the scientific and social structure to say, hey, Professor Jin, your topics are topics I'm interested in. Would you be willing to guide me and advise me? So another reason to utilize that global opportunity.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic. Well, gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about where to find more information, how to get involved. If people are interested in going and need a little bit of support to do that, what's the best way to get in touch with the Congress and get more information?
I guess the best place to start is the Congress website, and I better just check the address, wca2024.com. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're all going to check it right here.
But
there we go.
Alternatively, going to the WFSA website, which is wfsahq.org, because we also want people to know more about the WFSA. We've got a lot of advocacy work going on. We've got a lot of other educational work going on.
Yeah.
Most importantly, we're about working with our member societies and anesthesiologists all around the world.
Yeah, that's great.
I just want to pick up on something that Tony said, that
Please.
there are up to 9 concurrent sessions plus a lot of other activities. So there is a huge program, thanks to Tony and the other members of the Scientific Program Committee. Some of the content will be live streamed and simultaneously translated into Spanish, into French, into Mandarin and also Japanese. All the content will also be available soon after the meeting on demand and translated into a variety of languages.
Oh,
So
that's great.
for us, accessibility is really, really important, along with a fantastic quality scientific program.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And we just checked at WCA2024.org.
And if you log on right now, you'll find out there's 27 minutes and 59 seconds until abstract submission closes.
I thought the deadline was today. I kept getting it in my email. It's like, oh, it's coming, it's coming.
And if you can't do it in 27 minutes, I think the portal will remain open a little longer.
Well, there you go, folks. You heard it from here. If there's any problems with that portal, let us know. All right, guys. Well, that's fantastic. So dates of the World Congress. When can we expect when is this happening?
There's 2 really important dates.
Okay.
First is the close of early bird registrations, which
very
is
important.
the end of November.
Okay.
The other really important set of dates is the actual dates of the Congress, which are the 3rd to the 7th of March 2024.
All right. In Singapore. Correct. They're excited. I'm sure it's going to be fabulous. Have you done a World Congress there before in Singapore?
Nope.
Nope. First one.
First time.
Great. Right.
I've been going to World Congresses since 1988, and there hasn't been one in Singapore, at least since then.
Yeah, well, fantastic. Well, again, WCA2024.org, you can find out more about the meeting. It's a great website, lots of wonderful information, videos about previous and what to expect. So that's fantastic. And then WFSA HQ, that website is did I say it?
Fantastic. Great
resource. Fantastic. Great resource as well. Gentlemen, I can't wait for the Congress coming up. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And hopefully we'll drive people there. If you want more information, you know where to find that. The program, I'm sure, will be coming out as it's baked a little bit more. Is that right?
Well, the program is up on the website already.
On the website already. That's right.
It's been finalized. And
it's an interactive program.
Yes.
You can kind of build your own schedule and make it whatever you want.
And we will be there, Desiree, to welcome anybody who wants a personal handshake and welcome.
Okay, again, you heard it right here, folks. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us back here on Top Men Talk. We are really excited about this coming March and the meeting, and it sounds like it's going to be absolutely fantastic. So thank you. To all you guys. And thank you for listening to Top Men Talk. You can always find us at topmentalk.com. All our wonderful conversations from ASA Anesthesiology 2023 and previous meetings are there, and the wonderful conversation that we had back at ESAIC earlier in the summer. You can find it there as well. We're on LinkedIn, Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm getting this right. Facebook, you can find out more information. And if you see anything you like, if you're watching on YouTube, give us a thumbs up because that always helps us. So thanks to the SA. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Cheers, everybody.